Hello, everyone, anyone. Welcome to the stream. It is Tuesday night.
Did
And on
any,
Tuesday night,
did anybody hear that? I said go, just
go.
like you did.
Oh, yeah,
We did a short. She always says go and turns the camera on, but she said go right as she turned the camera on. So the first thing on the short was go,
well,
real
you could
quiet,
have clipped it up.
real quiet. Well, I left it there, and we got a lot of comments that said go, which I thought was pretty cool. Anyway, so I said, excuse me, I said go. Okay, so go. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
We have fun, make it shorts. He's getting good at it, being concise. We get it in one or two or maybe three takes where he can get everything in under a minute and say something that's interesting. It's going
And
really well.
with the shorts, what I decided was, oh, look at the red under my hands. You're right, it's lighting. Just some engineering stuff. So, the thing with the shorts, what I've learned to do is get it in under a minute and not have to sit in the editing room churning away at the editor. I just put it up. That's it. If I got to take it twice or maybe three times, it still takes a lot less time than editing, and it's more natural. It's just I've learned to do it.
Well, I'm going to do our introduction.
Okay.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. If you're here live, we're happy to have you. If you are here later, still welcome. And I hope we can entertain you for a little while. You could skip around. I don't know what we're going to do yet. But I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You could find my channel elsewhere on YouTube. And I'm here with your host, Buff Del Campo of the Buff Del Campo channel. And that's where you are. So you already knew that. And we are here to talk with our community about everything, anything, what's going on. This is actually not so much about us. We talk about us a little bit, but we like to talk about you, talk about what's going on in our car community, in our group, with our friends. Are they creating content? Are they watching things that are interesting? Is there good things in the news? Show us your project. You can send pictures, and we did get some photo submissions this week, so we've got lots of pictures that we can share of cars and projects that our friends are sending in. So we're going to try and attach some of those pictures to some names, because email addresses don't always match.
Yeah, people have their real
screen
name on their
names.
email address, and
So
then they're like something else on screen. That's like,
if you're
oh, who's
sending
this?
pictures, we'll put up the email address. It's real simple. It's just what, buffdelcampo at Gmail.
Buff Del Campo, one word, Buff Del Campo at gmail.com.
At Gmail. Well, I'll put it up there so you can click on it a couple of times during the stream. But if you do send it,
Have no fear.
Well, the Dugster's here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Welcome to
again.
the stream.
I'm
We haven't even
interrupting.
gone through the names yet.
I'm
have we?
interrupting tonight.
It's okay. You know,
But then-
interruptions are good.
But when I see have no fear,
You know what I do? That rings in my ear. If you say have no fear, the whole thing plays out. There's no other person that I think of if you say that. So you have trademarked your little intro thing very well. I have to say, it's going good. And what did I miss? What part? Oh, I was
I don't
talking
know.
about sending.
I keep interrupting. Oh,
If
yes,
you
sending
want to
emails.
send progress photographs for us to display on our green screen background, our magic backdrop, we will do that. But it will help us if you send what your YouTube screen name is along with the email, so we can attach them very good. That's all right, because we can't do all of them every week.
Oh,
So
you know what? Yeah,
it'll just
next
be-
week.
yeah.
Next week we'll get them.
Yeah.
Because I got some this week, and I got some other things I want to cover. I want to wait till there's more people in here. But I did a short on
Before
Loctite.
scrolling in,
Loctite. I just did this.
how can
So
there
it-
be 12 viewers and only 6 views? That doesn't make any sense.
This
YouTube
is-
needs to get their stuff together.
YouTube is not always things don't match. But
They're terrible.
it gives you an idea what's going on. Lord Burns, cool.
Welcome
Man,
to the
I
stream.
was just talking about you because you gave me that engine, that 318 Poly, and that's coming up. We got to do No Name Nationals first, but it came up because of my shorts that I'm doing with the tools, and I have the tool to, I can't think of the name. The thing, the bore,
The bore gauge.
the bore gauge.
Yeah.
Why couldn't I think of bore gauge?
Borescope?
I was thinking bore measuring stuff, but
Ring compressor.
we'll pull that. It's very clean, completely torn apart, 318 poly, and we'll demonstrate that bore gauge probably with that engine. But uh, oh, I got a question for everybody. How is our video and our audio? Do they match up or are they off? Because what I'm looking at always looks like it's off.
Oh
So
yeah, it's always good to correct us if we're having problems at the beginning of the stream, but it seems like it's
Lester
working very
LeSabre.
good.
Oh, I do have emails from Lester LeSabre. We'll pull up some of his
They
photos
made some
sometime.
updates. Oh, sorry.
Sometime during the thing. That's all right.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
talk.
we're gonna get through this introduction thing. I keep getting interrupted.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, who was first? We're gonna give props to whoever was here the earliestest. All of them is here first. All right, Rob's Rods and Streetcars is here. Dougster Wolverine Garage, Danny Boyd, Lot Burns, Lester LeSabre is here. Welcome to the stream. Landom Custom Classics is here. Welcome. How's that video with the trailer going? I know you were having like huge success with that. That's awesome. It feels so good when you get like all that feedback. Even a little bit of negative comments isn't so bad if you get a lot of good along with it. And yeah, well, we had a short that got is it over 28,000
It's
now?
over. It's well over 30,000.
It's 30,000 views on a short, and it's just a short. Like it doesn't like
For us, that's huge. I don't
yeah
like somebody like UTG maybe gets 30,000 on a normal video, but for us to get 30,000, it's like wow, look at that.
yeah like 50 like 3 months ago 1,500 views on a short would have been
Oh,
a big deal.
if it went over 1,000, I was stunned. So that was pretty cool.
306K. Congratulations. That's
Where's
got to
that?
feel
Where's that?
amazing.
Where's that?
Hit the last comment.
Oh, Lana.
That's amazing. It's very relatable. A lot of people
Yep.
that yeah. Nice work. Sometimes you just find that little niche and um you know, the thing with me is now I'm feeling like, oh wow, we're doing so good. Now like the pressure's on. We gotta do it good, you know.
Yeah,
A
the
bunch
next
of people
one
are watching now.
after you get 30,000 on a short, the next one you get 340. You go, oh, what did I do wrong?
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
you
You don't
just never
know
know. You just never know.
what's gonna work on what day, you know, you just hit it at the right moment. Really well done.
We did a regular long video. We went to what I call the dump. We went to the convenience center to drop off the garbage.
Yep, and I said, we're recording.
And I'm like, nobody wants to watch this. We got a lot of views on it. And it was actually a lot of comments. A lot of people that are like my age that remembered that when they go to the dump with their parents when they were young, you get stuff out of the dump as much as you push stuff into the dump. And now there's signs there you're not allowed to take anything. So the fun is gone. But yeah, anyway.
Dougster, the crazy thing is if you keep at it, one day you'll just have one that hits. We did it for like 60 days in a row, and one day we just had one that was just like boom, and it was like, oh my god. So just keep trying.
Who was it that was
Live
on
and learn.
John Wilburn's?
Challenged us.
No,
John Wilburn's.
his last video he did, which is the to help people with their YouTube channels. What's he call that? That he does it on Fridays. Kim.
The thing that he does on
I can
Friday-
see you're staring at something
Shoot,
else.
I was reading and I forgot to listen to you.
Okay.
Somebody tell me what he said.
What good is a dump if you can't take stuff? Yeah.
Right? Dump bees and all.
Oh, we go. Then there's a big bin full of metal,
So much
and
good
there's
stuff in
and
there.
you look in there, and there's all this
Oh,
sheet
man.
metal. I have to buy sheet metal, and there's free sheet metal here, and you can't
Throwing
take
it
it.
away.
Tubing you can't take. I went there one time, and that bin was full of bicycles. Somebody dumped like 40 bicycles in there. It's like, man, even if you don't use the bicycles, it's tubing and parts and wheels, and it's like you got to be kidding me. You can't take that.
You know what? That's the other disadvantage is since everyone has to take their stuff to the dump, there's never anything on the curb to grab.
You can't
Ever.
take stuff on. Yeah, there's no curbs here, so we're out in the country where you just kind of blends into the cows.
But now there's Facebook Marketplace. If you really are looking for something specific, you can kind of go
So,
through Facebook Marketplace sometimes.
oh, what I was going to say, John Wilburn had that YouTube channel builder kind of thing, that video he does. What's he call that? He
The
does
content creator workshop?
content creator workshop.
Yeah.
And who was on there last week?
Oh, I don't know who it was. Let's see.
Oh,
Last week it was.
it was Buck Does It.
Oh, it was Buck. Yeah.
Buck Does It said he was doing the same thing we're all doing, putting up shorts, and he had one, he's getting like some hits on him, and he gets one that goes over 1 million. It's like, holy crap, 1 million. So he had one that just took off like that, unexpected, which is pretty cool. Y'all just can't wait till that happens.
All of them. That's exactly why they won't let you scavenge at the dump.
Oh,
They don't want anybody coming in and filling up their truck and taking it to the scrapyard and cashing it in. They do the same thing with when they mill the roads, the millings. They have to auction the millings off. They can't give it away because then somebody will say, "Well, somebody got special treatment." So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. That's just how they do it. Can't change it.
yeah, here's the same thing as scrap. We went to a scrapyard, and those guys were. Somebody took a '63 Pontiac four-door hardtop to the scrapyard. They busted all the windows out of it, and it's sitting there, and they're gonna smash it and take it off to scrap steel. It's like, oh, are you guys crazy? And they think
They
they're
are.
making money. I don't know. I don't know.
The destruction of wealth.
Do you want to get a fan in here?
No,
Let's
it'll
use.
make too much noise.
Okay.
I'll be
So
okay. It'll catch up to me in a minute when the AC's working hard today.
yeah,
Let me
Buck's
tell you.
easy up. Okay, something else here. Lot Burns asked, how do you want us to send action photos? Send photos to Buff Del Campo.
I'll
One
type it in too.
word. Buff Del Campo. Oh, she'll put it up there.
I'll try.
Buff Del Campo at gmail.com, and just attach the photos to an email, and I've got the email here. I'll drag them over to the screen. I'm sorry, the usual thing. I got a cough drop in.
Yeah, just put your screen name in there too, so we know who you are.
Excuse me.
And who was it? Landon Custom Plastics
Does
said
that work?
something I thought
Oh,
was.
it is. That's a good. That's a workable link.
Oh, no
Excellent.
way! Great. It'll probably go away. Landon, the dumbest videos always do the best. You must keep them simple.
Well,
We've been talking about getting in the weeds. You cannot get into any kind of detail in under a minute. You'll just won't get any views.
the Loctite one. Oh man, the Loctite. See, I did engineering work. So Loctite, there's not just red and blue. There's like hundreds and hundreds of different numbers of Loctite, and there's adhesives and thread locker, and there's all kinds of stuff. And you got to go look up the material data sheet on each one to see what it is. And if you're doing engineering work, you want to get the right product for what you're doing, for the temperature it's gonna endure, and for all kinds of stuff. What size bolts? What?
Dented Dreams Garage.
Dinner Dreams Garage.
Welcome to the
Hello.
stream. Okay, so you
So
got to get the right stuff.
so you got to get the right stuff, and I start thinking about what I got to write and what I got to talk about, and I'm gonna get too deep in the weeds. We're gonna have like one or two viewers in the next 10 years that want to watch this. So it's like, okay, I got to keep it simple. So tonight I'm gonna do something on Loctite here, probably not too long from now. I'd like to get a few more people in here before I do it, and I invited some people to come here. Maybe they will. So I'm gonna get into Loctite a little bit. Um,
Because we made
hello.
a short about it. And it's obviously, that's the thing. You just have to be very topical. You have to just say, this is a thing and just keep it short. I think sometimes a minute is too long.
I think so too. But what I like about a minute is there's something flying around in here.
That was wild the way it showed up on the camera.
It came
It's
into
a
the
ghost.
camera. So,
Is that the door open or
so
something?
when
Where'd all this stuff come
we
from?
have 1 minute, I've got to get my thoughts together, do under 1 minute, and get the camera shut off. And the thing is, now I'm getting so sometimes we'll get finished, and I'll say to Kim, "What was it?" She'll go like a minute and 1 second. I go, "All right, let's do it over." So get my thoughts together again, and I do it, and I get all the things I want to say, and I'll say, "How is it?" She'll go 37 seconds, and I'll go, "Oh, good. We'll get a lot of retention there." So,
Yeah.
and then I'll put it up, the 37-second one up, and if I can get all my thoughts in 37 seconds or somewhere in that range, that those usually do okay.
He's got that little table, And depending on how much stuff he has sitting on a table, I can tell if he's going to be able to do it in under a minute or not. I'll tell him, I said, you're not going to do that in a minute. That's too much. And he'll be like, I'm going to try. And then I'll, at about a minute and a half, I'll stop him. I'm like, you're not even, he's like, is it a minute already? It's like a
It's a
minute and a half.
I feel like I've gone 30 seconds. I've gone a
And
minute
he's
and
like,
a half.
oh, I guess I'm going to have to put some of this away. I'm like, yeah, because you didn't even get to it yet. That's like
The,
a 3-minute video.
the one I
So,
did with 4 or 5 wrenches, I go, oh, this is a combination wrench. This one was rusty and it's a free wrench. And this one, well, there were 5 wrenches. Well, when I started, I had about 10 or 12 wrenches. It's like, no way I could do that nonsense for under a minute. So it was just, and that was just a silly one, but I got some comments about the free wrench, and people like that.
Landon says under 15-second shorts get multiple views before they notice they're repeating.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Interesting. I saw who was it? One of the Blog Brothers was saying the old way to do it on the looping shorts is to end it with a, and that's why,
And then it goes to the beginning again.
It seems to loop continuously. So like I don't know, that's a trick. Supposedly you want to.
I got caught in one of those last night that I was watching, and it looped, and I was partway through it before I understood that it looped. I go, wait a minute, didn't he already say that? And then I look, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm back at the beginning, So
Yeah.
yeah, it happens.
The loopy thing wasn't a thing originally on shorts. They would stop. Well, now they loop automatically. Even if you turn it off, it turns itself back on every time you look at it. So
Well, there's ways to shut it off,
try to
but
make it loop.
I don't always shut it off. So
Yeah. If you can make it loop, if you're thinking ahead and you can make it loop, make it loop. But I don't think it's
see.
that critical, but sometimes it. Landon, I'm curious over the long term, like if you use that trick all the time, like how much good that does. Like it seems like it, I don't know. We're like approaching the monetization stage, which that means like we're eligible to make money, not that we're gonna make money.
yeah,
You
we're
know?
there.
But
We just haven't done all the steps to make it happen. Man.
and YouTube does this like tiered kind of stage thing where they roll you into you're gonna be able to do like they're like dangling the carrot, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's crazy. I just want to enjoy myself and make art, be creative and entertaining and like make some friends. We went down to where is it? Near Murfreesboro
Murfreesboro.
and visited with Dr.Art.
It was in
This
Murfreesboro,
weekend.
and we did spend time down there with Dr. Art and his wife, and we
Oh,
had
they're
a good time. We had a
fantastic.
good time. Yeah.
They were so sweet to us. They invited us into their home. I'm like, we're just like dirty hillbillies. You sure you're okay with us coming in? They're like, sure, come on in. It's hot out here. Let's go sit in the air conditioning. And they have a lovely home. And with their puppy's name was Misty, and their puppy was so nice. Oh, she was scared at first, but then we're nice to puppies. So like she got settled in and then she was so wonderful. Went out back and threw the ball for her a little bit. And we talked about all kinds of stuff. I didn't know Dr. Art flew airplanes. That was
Yeah,
cool.
Dr. Art's a pilot, and that was really cool because that's what I did my whole, probably 30 years of my life was, I worked on airplanes and flight testing and all this kind of stuff. That right there came from Lot Burns. He says, okay, just sent you a test photo. Bang, there it is.
Nice. I love it.
Man, that's a nice looking car.
I like that color and I like that style. What is that?
69, I think. I can't
69.
see see the grill well enough. Of course,
Oh.
the grills are all interchangeable. No, that's 60. That's 60. This is 69. Man, he's got the grill blacked out. It's a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit
got the
hard to
marker
tell.
lights on the side, but
Oh, it's a 69.
it doesn't have
Sure.
the things on the. Oh, there's so many
Can
little
you-
things. I don't
Can
know
you
it
put
all.
us down in the corner?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Look at me.
That's a good. There now we can see it. And
That's a
you
beautiful car.
and Lot Burns is always messing around with these helicopter guys, and there he is in a heliport. See, that's a landing site for a helicopter.
Yeah, and
He landed his dart there.
I learned from when I was working as a survey instrument operator, so we had to lay things out like that. I learned that big H painted on the helipad, it's very important, the orientation of the H. It has to go a certain way. Why would you know that unless you were a helicopter pilot?
I just learned something about flying from you. I
Really?
didn't know
You
that.
didn't know that the H
I'm
is.
not a helicopter pilot.
Well, there you
I've
go.
been in helicopters a few times, and it's not my favorite place
I
to
don't know if
be.
it's like magnetic north or something, but I just know that it has to be the certain way, and they're all that way. So,
Hmm.
or maybe they're not,
It might have to do with the direction the approaches are set up. I don't
because
know. I'm gonna have to go look that up tonight.
we had to go out with the instrument and mark all the little black corners of the letter specifically because it was important.
Look at that. He says, I have, Lennon says, I have a few shorts that show like 130% retention.
That's amazing.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, and I would assume, see, from it seems like from looking at statistics, is the more people watch, the more people they try and show it to. So, like, if you get 130% retention on a video, meaning people watch it the whole way through and maybe watch part of it again, YouTube says, wow, this is a really good performing video. It must be super entertaining. Let's offer it to more people. And if they continue to get the same reaction, it's going to blow up. That's how stuff goes viral. It's not like a certain combination of. I mean, it's a real practical and sensible sort of method. Is if people like it, they keep sending it out until everybody gets a chance to see it. So
Landon says something here interesting. He says,
okay,
really catchy thumbnails is a huge deal. People that aren't searching don't want to read. Not only they don't want to read, I can tell by the comments they don't want to listen because they'll make comments like, I'll tell you. And it's exactly what I said. And they're repeating what I said or almost what I said. And they didn't listen.
they didn't
They
listen.
just looked at the picture
But it's very few.
and ran a comment in. It's
When that
amazing.
when that video had 28,000 views, it had about 2 negative comments.
Which is this?
The one that has like 30,000 views.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I
The one
said to
about
her.
electricity.
One of the comments kind of got to me, and I shouldn't let them get to me, but it did. And then I said, well, look at this. There's over 30,000 people have seen this video, and one guy really kind of crappy to me. So like I didn't know what I was doing. I'm going, okay, so one guy, obviously he either didn't listen, or he doesn't know what's going on, or he's just a troll. I don't know.
And La Burns, I'm surprised they let you put your car on the helipad. You must know somebody, because I'm sure you get in trouble doing that without permission.
The direction of the H is your angled direction guide. Okay, so that's like your final approach lines up with that, so you're not coming in from the side or something unless probably an emergency. All right, it's like a runway then. The H is like the runway. You come in lined up with it, I guess. I have to tell people. See, Lot Burns is a helicopter guy. I don't think he's a pilot, but I know he does all kinds of things with helicopters, helicopter friends. I guess in the Army, maybe he worked on helicopters. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've been up there. I was up to his house before I met you. That was the first trip I took in the Jeep. He saw the Jeep. I drove it up there and picked up the 318 in the Jeep. So I was about to go, and I said, well, show me your cars. So he showed me all his cars. And it was quite a little tour. It was cool. Really, really nice stuff. Nice projects, fun projects.
Landon, that's amazing. You saw the trailer video that Landon Custom Classics made, right? But a
The
little
what?
the trailer video. You didn't see it.
Refresh my memory. What I always think of Landon Custom Classics is when he pulled a transmission
Yeah.
with a tow strap or a chain or something. I've heard people say they're going to pull their transmission. He unbolted the transmission, and then he actually pulled it. Wham! Out it came.
I mean,
That's the craziest thing I ever saw. I thought, why didn't I ever do that?
no, he bought one of those little like Coleman like pop-up kind of trailers.
Okay.
And
Hey, look who's here.
and it was old and beat up, and he bought it and he popped it open and explored and just showed it. It was
I'll have to
interesting.
look at.
And it blew up. He got huge viewership on it.
And
Huge.
you know
300,000 views.
the problem is that there's so much content. I try to watch it all and I can't. And Dr.Art is here. How you doing, Dr.
Clearly
Art?
you're
Hey, we had a good time down there. Enjoyed talking with you and found out you're a pilot and you got a big airplane on the wall and pretty cool stuff. But he says,
We had a great time.
new
Thank you for
search
having
lander,
us.
and Dr. Art, you put up a video that I started to play, but I had to pause it because it was time for our live. So it's sitting there on my other computer.
He's
Sitting
got
there.
a lot of
So,
videos sitting there.
so as soon as we're finished here, I'm gonna go
I gotta
finish.
drag him away from it to get anything
Oh,
done. Like, come on, we gotta go do
all
stuff.
right, all right. You
And he's
know,
like, I still have to watch this video. I'm like, that video will be there. And
I didn't sleep much last night because I watched videos all night.
yeah, he can't sleep. He has
It
to
was like
watch them.
it was getting light out, and I go, oh no, I haven't slept yet because I've been staring at the screen.
People
Just
tell me, like, I say, did you watch the video? And they're like, no. Like, well, I made this video, and in the video I did this, and they're like, oh, I didn't watch it. I'm like, I don't blame you. I don't want to watch any more videos either.
John Hart.
Welcome
Good
to the
evening.
stream, John.
Okay, should I go on with the Loctite?
No.
No. All right. Why not?
Let's talk to people for a little while.
Okay, we'll talk
longer.
to people.
Have you
but
got any advance orders on your shirts yet, Dr. Art? The Big Richard shirt.
I have to look at my email. See if anything.
And we didn't talk about his first start video. Dr. Art did a first start of Big Richard, and
Okay.
it was pretty impressive.
We were there the day before the first start,
I know.
so I was fresh looking at that engine
wanted
and
to
looking at everything,
preview.
and I was just I really liked the workmanship and everything. And then the next day, he started. I felt like I was right there for the first start. It's pretty good.
I would love to be able to budget in the YouTube money when I'm planning a project. So far, that has not been a thing.
What did I do?
Did anybody just watch? Maybe I shouldn't say it, but has anybody watched Whistling Diesel's review of the new Cybertruck? Because I'm sure he planned very carefully his budget around how much money he was going to make on that video, because they utterly destroyed.
He destroyed.
the
He loves to
Cybertruck.
do. I don't like to watch people destroy stuff.
I mean, that's just his thing. You know, if you're going to watch his video, that he's going to destroy it. But, well, I'm not going to spoil it. Like, you have to watch
No,
it.
I'm not even going to watch it. Okay.
But there
So
was
now-
some value to the destruction. Like, he tested the living snot out of it.
I've got
It
more.
wasn't all bad.
I've got more stuff here.
Oh, who's this from?
This is also from Lot Burns. I've got
Oh,
several.
that is a
I got
cool
several.
picture.
Got several emails here.
Okay.
Oh, why doesn't it?
Zoom in.
I'm trying. No Zoom. What's going on?
Okay, go back to the picture, and then I will.
I'm trying to. I can't find my cursor. Oh, come on. Why doesn't?
Okay, here. I'll just blow it up.
I can't make it zoom. Maybe you can make it zoom. I don't
I
know what the
can.
deal is. Oh, you're okay, and then you got to move it around or something. I don't know why I couldn't make it zoom.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a very small photograph.
It is a small picture, but I
Okay.
thought I could zoom it in. Okay, so now we need to. Yeah, John Hart says I enjoyed the trip to the dump video. We're going to the dump. Kim goes. She starts videoing. I go, what are you doing? And I just taken. We had the biggest plastic can we had. I had flip flops on. I run the wheels over my foot, so I wasn't feeling real good.
He was
And-
grouchy, and I was making him record. Like, if we're going, we have to record something today. We're almost monetized. We got to keep recording.
So we
Make more content.
yeah. So she made me
Sorry for yelling,
video that,
folks.
and
I'm a
she's
little
like
excited.
tearing at my shirt. So anyway, Lot sent me a rare photo. There it is. Wow,
Is that a
Beast-
Dodge? That's so cool
it's
looking.
an ancient old Dodge and a B17.
Neat.
Wow. Okay, and then I've got for some reason.
Oh, Barrow's Garage is here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here.
Why? Why?
We had fun making the dump video. I wish it was more of an interactive place, but it's very
I know what's wrong.
very limited.
I know what's wrong.
What is that, like a preview of it?
Oh, I got to take this. Well, I couldn't find my email. You know why? Because I dragged it over to your screen.
Oh.
So now
bring it back.
Now I've got it back over here. Yeah, but I've got other emails I want to look at.
Okay.
Doug
Real
Nard.
life. That's
This is from Dougster.
Hey, Mexican Spec is in.
Mexican Spec, man, we missed you last week. You know what? Mexican Spec, you sent, I don't know if you sent it to everybody or just sent it to me, a video, and it would not open. I could not open that video. It just sat there, and I tried and finally gave up.
He was swearing at it.
No, I wasn't swearing at it.
He swore at it, and it still didn't work.
Not much. I didn't swear at it.
A little bit.
Okay, I'm going to drag this one
over here. It was
here.
real life, like it was our actual experience. And I think people appreciate that some. Like a little like inside like view of like we're just real people doing our thing.
You know? This is
mostly.
This is the Dougster.
Oh. Oh, that's a cool looking car.
That's from the Dougster.
What's it say about it?
I don't know. I dragged it over there, so then I don't really like dragging emails over there because then I can't see the email. So now I got to drag it back over here.
Oh, you can't open it's like pictures.
Well, I could, but then I got to save each picture, and then it's clumsy. And you told me last week just drag it over there, so I did, and then he just says 3 attachments. So here's the next one.
That's the Blues Brothers. Nice.
So there's that one, and then I don't know how to do this dragging it back and forth. I'm sorry, people. I'm struggling with this a bit. Oh, how do you fix this?
Oh, Dr. Go's here. 38 POS is here too, and I didn't even see him come in.
And what is this? Oh, this is.
We'll try and entertain you while you're making your supper, Mr. 38 POS.
Here, ask. Oh, wow. A lot of people popping in. This is good. So that.
Oh, there's Dougster.
There's Dougster, but.
Oh, he's standing in front of the same thing that's in this Blues Brothers.
I see.
It's the same. It's where the scene must have been filmed.
So he's over there. That limo is almost as big as a B-17.
It's a 51 Chrysler Imperial Crown saved from the scrapyard.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine driving that down the road?
That would be cool to build.
But if I'm going to send you a couple of pictures, truck I brought back last week, I was on the road. Okay, I figured you were probably on the road, but then I was also a little worried maybe you're sick or something, so I didn't know what happened to you. And then you sent me a video, and, you sent them on Instagram. Oh, boo. How do I get the Instagram from here? I can't get the Instagram from that computer. I can get it on my phone.
Oh, you can't do Instagram?
Well, I'm on my laptop, in that room in there, no problem. On this, I don't have everything here that I have. Not quickly, you know.
We're still learning, folks. I mean, it's a salvage operation. No, that doesn't count here. Yeah, we're not experts at this. All this movie magic garbage, it's hard work.
Well, and then the thing,
Dougster, it's like you're here with us right now. That's pretty cool.
Mexican Spec, where are you?
I'm sorry you're feeling sick, Mexican Spec.
Yes, I'm sick.
Maybe you got too much sun.
Oh, it's not good. Where is it? Here it is. Mexican Spec sent a photo. Oh, he sent it. He sent it like this. Oh, he sent a whole bunch of photos. I can't do this on there because it's on my stupid phone.
What, it's in Messenger?
Yeah, I'll find the best one. It's this one. Okay, can we get that near the camera? We'll do this John Wilburn style.
Oh, let me get it big. Let me get it big. It'll work. It'll work. Oh no, it's too glaring.
The color's terrible, and it's. I'm sorry. It's just I don't have Instagram on this laptop. It's just like one of these things.
That's not in Instagram. That's in Messenger, isn't it?
Oh, is it? I don't even know what this is in. It's in.
That's Messenger.
It's in Messenger.
Oh, that's Facebook.
It's Facebook Messenger.
Oh, okay.
I got COVID tested as negative, so.
Forward those to me, and I'll bring up my Facebook Messenger, and we can look at them on my screen.
Oh, Kim, forward these to yourself.
No. Figure it out. What else did we have to figure out? We have a lot of stuff to figure out. Man, having success is harder than just
What
being
do I
miserable
do?
because
What
you're a
do I
failure.
do? What do I do?
Let's see. I'm glad you don't have COVID because COVID kind of gives. I had COVID
Oh, I
twice. It
have
was
to. I have to.
miserable.
I have to forward each one.
Yes.
Thanks to sharing.
Well, search. Just use the letter KIM, and it will come up with me. What the heck?
Comes with like 3,100 freaking chems.
All right, just scrub it. It's just garbage. Stupid.
Sorry. It's like
Technical difficulties, folks. I'm gonna read the
I have
chat.
all these friends. So then when I go to search, they everybody wants to be your friend on. So I just go, yeah. And then I try to do something and I'm gonna send pictures of Mexican Specs card to
What if
some
we?
Kim
What if we do this?
in East Germany or something.
What if we go to Facebook?
Oh, and then I gotta log in. Don't put that up there. Okay.
Well, they can't see it, but it's not. You've never logged in on this computer, so it won't
No,
work.
I haven't.
All right, all right.
That's why I didn't do it, because
Mexican
I
spec.
never logged in there.
I'm really sorry. We can't make this work. It's disrupting the stream.
Yeah, it's very disrupting.
We'll fix it, and we'll be able to do it next time. I promise.
We used to see the 6-door and 8-door checker airport cars running I-94. You know, when I was in Hawaii, I rode in it was a 67 Pontiac, 8-door, like a sedan. It had a trunk lid on it. It wasn't a wagon.
Oh, was it? I watched Mortsky Repair try and revive one of those not too long ago. Was it an old video, or did he just recently do one of those checker airport cars? It was a mess.
Yeah.
It was funny though. It was fun though watching. I like Morski. He's a little bit long-winded anymore though. He like
Oh, I see a
big projects.
3.5 hour video. I'm not gonna watch that.
I mean, I did.
3.5 hours?
I don't
Where
need
am I
to
gonna find that time?
I put it on double speed, literally, and watch it at double speed.
I hear her sometimes. She'll be in a room and I'll hear her go, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's got something on double speed.
It's fun. Touch a heat stroke. Oh, I'm sorry. Make sure you drink extra water and electrolytes, sparrows.
Oh, where is that? Where is that? I got to touch. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Headache. Yeah, you know what? I have diabetes and I get some pain in my feet sometimes. And before the live stream tonight, I took two ibuprofen, and you know what? That pain's gone. But I'm
yeah, you can't
aware
do that all the time.
I'm aware there's a problem tonight, which there usually isn't. And my sugar isn't high, so I don't know what's going on.
I made you work.
Oh yeah, we went out and we did a video that isn't put together yet. We did all the video though.
We worked on lawnmower.
Lawnmower.
Tractor.
We did a
lawn
tractor video that's coming up.
Yeah. I think I like the dump video better than the lawn tractor video. That's weird, isn't it?
Dump video is pretty silly.
I know, but the lawn tractor video is like kind of like dull. Like this is how you fix a lawn tractor, but the dump, we get to go to the dump? No, I guess it wasn't that great. But
anyway, I brought back a 1982 Ford B100 Carrier. That's the one I was trying to show the picture of. I could see it on my phone, but we tried to put it in front of the camera.
Is it on Instagram yet? Did you put up the pictures yet, or is it your personal vehicle that you're not selling anyways? Because if it's on Instagram, I can get to that.
Yeah, we don't have any problem getting Instagram. Not on my phone too. She can find it if it's on the Instagram site.
8-door Suburbans here in Mormon country. Yeah, they have a lot of kids. The Mormons do.
Do you think they use those for their own personal family cars?
Oh yeah,
crazy.
that one family had like a short bus for all their kids. They had like a dozen kids. You don't have to do it right now, Mexican Spec. We can grab it next week or whatever, but we're just too much technical trying to.
I bet he's fast at doing that.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna change pictures here because we've got this picture up here for a long time.
Oh yeah. Keep it rolling, buddy.
I'm trying to see. Yeah, I got all carried away trying to make something work that wasn't gonna work.
We're trying, and okay. I apologize in advance if there's anybody that we're missing your comments or we're not really talking about your photos the way we would like to,
Here's ones from,
focus is hard, but we're trying.
this
And I
is
hope that you're enjoying looking at the different things.
one that Lester LeSabre
Oh,
sent.
John,
Can you?
our air conditioner's barely keeping up. It's so hot today.
She's so hot all the time, and I'm just like, it's hot.
I've been sleeping with a fan, and my whole life I never did that. Like I have a fan pointing right at me, blowing the air
Hope
on
you
me
all
while the air
stayed
conditioner's
cool.
running.
It's really hot here in Clarksville today, and I'm like, we went somewhere yesterday, and we got back. We got in the car, and I thought, it's a little warmer than normal. And we got home, and I looked at the gauge in the car, and it said it was 100 degrees. And I thought, 100 in Clarksville. We were downtown Clarksville. But I thought, well, the car was sitting in the sun. But then we're driving along, and it never goes under 100. I'm going, it really is 100 degrees. But I'm so acclimated to that she's just dying.
It feels like I'm standing in front of a furnace that's just blowing right on my face. I'm like, it's hot today. You can't touch anything because you'll burn yourself. He's like, I'm used to it. I'm like, you can't get used to that.
So we have um this is Lester LeSabre. Is Lester here? He was here, wasn't he?
Um,
I think he was.
yes. Earlier he did say hello.
So this is one of his cars. Oh, there you go. There's the one from
Talk
Mexican
about the ones
Spec.
on the screen, but we got you lined up, Mexican
Yeah,
Spec.
we got it lined up, Mexican Spec. Heck yeah. Okay, so that one is Lester LeSabre.
Oh, I'll make us small so you can see the picture actually.
Yeah, that would be good.
There you go.
That's one of Lester. Yeah, because I'm looking on a screen where it's showing. I'm gonna. Oh, maybe I can do this on here.
What car is that?
That is about a '62 Buick. Um,
That's pretty. It
yeah.
has lines kind of like my car, but the nose is obviously different.
Okay, so Lester Sabre, tell us about this car. You sent us pictures, and I really like those Buicks. Those years, the early '60s Buick Specials and Buick, what did they call that? It's basically the special body. It's small, about the size of a Corvair, but of course it's different than a Corvair. The engine's up front and rear drive, and I remember driving those things. I really liked them.
Barrows, the whole one Tylenol, one ibuprofen. Yeah, I do that a lot. Try to keep it as minimum as I can because, like I tell my doctor, like I gotta, you know, more than that, and I'm just, overworking my liver. Don't
Yeah,
take more medicine than you need.
I couldn't
But
think of the name. Skylark. The Buick Special was the special, and the Skylark was the higher level one with
oh,
all the accessories and the
oh
trim.
no!
And
See, Lester is here.
yep, yeah, I just read that.
He
The
was
62
covertly
Buick.
watching.
The
Mexican Specty says he wasn't here. Go to
was
my thing.
that's the that it's a Skylark, not a special, but the Skylark is a higher trim level, I think, than the. I don't know if it was actually a trim level or if it was actually considered as another model, but um, yeah, there was a '62 special that a friend of mine had, a four door, and I drove that thing around a lot. It had 215 aluminum engine in it, and it was a nice little car. Dallas Brown has one of those. Oh, okay,
Does
60
see a
Buick.
62.
The Pontiac Tempest. The first car that I rebuilt an engine in was a Pontiac Tempest with the little lean over half a V8
Oh.
four cylinder. I did it in high school. Oh, his name didn't come up, but now it does. Oh, okay. He was probably in and out.
Yeah, I think
Um,
there's a way for me to look at the names, and I was just giving you a hard time.
yeah, 215 aluminum V8, four barrel car, beautiful smooth engine. I drove a lot of those around.
There's
The
aluminum
215s.
V8.
It's a 215 aluminum. They had Buick versions and Oldsmobile versions, and the heads were different, and the number of head bolts were different, but the engines were very similar, and they were aluminum. And they eventually became the engine that went to the Rovers. Remember the little 3500 Rovers? Basically the same engine. I'm going to drive in a '61 Buick LeSabre. Yeah, the Sabre's the bigger one, but it's got the pointy fenders like that. Like Buick Special. Oh, yeah, same thing. I like the Buick Specials, a size I like. Me too. I like the compact cars, the GM cars I like all the compact cars from the early '60s. The Ford Falcon was a little bit big and bulbous for me, but it was still a nice small car. These were just perfect. And of course the Plymouth Valiant, the Road Toads, I think those are wonderful. So I just like those cars from then. That was my side marker late edition era. Side late edition era.
I guess it has
Oh,
side
look at
markers
that!
that
It's
aren't
got
supposed to
side
be
marker
there.
lights on it. I didn't even notice that.
I like them for safety. I would add them on cars, even though people don't think they should be there originally. It upsets like restoration people, but if I'm gonna drive it, I want it to be safe. So
Barrow says, I always wanted the MGB GT look like a Cobra Daytona, and it had that little Buick V8 in them. You know, I used to really dislike the little British sports cars, but then uh, I knew somebody that had an MGB, and she let me drive it a lot. It was 1978, one with the big rubber bumpers on it, and I drove that thing around the top down a lot, and I just loved that car. And it was a one of those pain in the ass cars for her because it was back in the shop all the time for various things. But what a nice car to drive. And yeah, what a perfect platform for a for a aluminum V8, or even some of the new V6s. What are you looking at there? Oh, MGB GTs. Yeah, see,
is that them?
see the one right above my head.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's an MGB GT.
cool.
And the MGBs were like the one next to it, the green one. That's an early model one that had the chrome bumpers. They were just a little convertible. And then the newer ones were had big rubber bumpers, which I really liked. A lot of people didn't like those, but I liked them because they had the new dash, and the dash was really nice. I think they were the MGC when they had the V8 or some other designations. It could have been. I remember the MGC came out, and I really didn't know the difference, but I wasn't into British cars then. Girl from high school drove a 66 Le Mans every day, red, black roof. I just saw it on a Facebook page a few days ago. Yeah, that's the MGB GT or MGC GT. See, I don't know. It's on Bring a Trailer. So
Yeah,
for 16 grand, oh my God.
yeah, but I think it's a V8 car.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah, because that's pretty special.
As a kid, my family had 80 Olds 98 in black. It was after Rick from RC Industries came by here that I learned the difference between the old 98 and the 88. He has a 98 from about that era. And you know what? I stood next to the thing, and as soon as I stood next to it, I knew it was the same body as the big Buick. And what a nice car. I mean, it's so much better, so much nicer and bigger than the 88. And even back then I didn't understand the difference because I never really stood close to one. They were just cars going down the road. Uh, my throat would kill me. But my son's mother works at an MG dealer, and they had pictures of older MGs on the wall. I said they had no claim on the legacy cars. This Chinese company. Okay, so MG is currently Chinese cars that are sold in Mexico. I know when I was in England in '09, there were MGs all over the place, and they weren't sports cars. They were little four-door sedans. But I didn't even know they were still around. All right, you can tell the MGCs by the hood bump. Oh yeah, there's a hood
Yeah, it's
bump.
got a big bulge there.
Okay,
Fit that in
well
there.
I'm gonna come back to something else, so you can switch back to me in a minute after I.
Okay.
Oops, why did that happen? I'm over here screwing with the computer, and I'm like, it's not doing what I
He's
expect.
struggling tonight. It's not easy. All these different screens and stuff. Here's Mexican specs.
Oh yeah, go over Mexican
Most
spec stuff, and then
recent.
I'll go back to Lester LeSabre.
What is it? Ford F-150, but it's like a
That's one of those Mexican ones. It's like he calls it a carryall.
yeah.
You couldn't get those in the U.S. And now you can get them from Mexican spec and bring it to the U.S.
That's wild.
You'd have a Ford, basically a Suburban.
Yeah, it's like a. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Let's see. I gotta go over here. Oh, I lost it. There's got to be more pictures
Oh,
here.
they have SUV names RX-8. I don't see how they can use a Mazda name. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're showing Mexican specs cars here, or his truck. Man, I like those. But there's other cars he has I like better.
Why
I
didn't
like these too.
why didn't they just use a van? Why would they build it this
Because
way?
it's like the Suburban. It's a truck up front. It's not a flat nose like a
Why wouldn't you
van.
just want a van? You'd have more space.
Like this. I don't know. People liked it. Look at that. That's really cool.
Well, that
I'd rather have the truck than the
that
van.
particular picture isn't really cool, but yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
That thing on the passenger window flew off the truck at 7:10 p.m. last Tuesday.
Oh, this
I
thing over
marked a
here.
minute. Oh, that thing? The yeah, whatever that wind guard thing is. I don't know what those are called. Back in '86, we took a family road trip from Idaho to San Diego in a '67 Olds 98 four door. Took Highway 1 all the way to San Francisco, and everyone got car sick. Oh, Highway 1 is a little coast road that goes down the coast, and I lived on the where Highway 1 went through San Luis Obispo, so I know Highway 1 well. And yeah, I didn't go on it a lot because it was windy road, go up through Big Sur and all that. It was a fun place to drive, but my girlfriend had a Morris Minor. Oh yeah, that was those were the days. 67. Oh, that's newer ones. That's older ones. The ones at the top were the 67.
Which one?
That blue one, right above my head. Yeah,
Pretty cool. Yeah, that would be a highway cruiser.
big giant car. See now the 88s, actually they were the lower level, the one called the Delmont. In 67, California Highway Patrol used the Delmont, had that same looking nose, but it was a little bit smaller car. John Wilburn, how you doing?
Welcome to the stream, John.
Looks better without the window shade. God, I love Highway 1. What Burns? You've been running up and down Highway 1 in California? Um, yeah. I just we used to go to Laguna Seca. I had a friend. We used to go to Laguna Seca from San Luis Obispo. And if we were not in a hurry, we'd take Highway 1. If we're in a hurry, you go up 101 because it was more like an interstate. It wasn't an interstate, but it's just like an interstate. There was gold on Gold Family Truckster. Okay, so we're going to go back to who is this? I'm trying to remember who this is now. Oh, this is Lester Sabers cars. I'm trying to bring it up, Kim. I'm sorry. I'm really struggling with this. Trying to make this work. Okay, that's another one. God, like Zoom problems. So that's one of Lester Sabers cars.
Nice. That looks like fun. Whoa, there's a lot of text.
Text where? Oh, up here.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can read it while I fuss around at this.
Dougster Wolverine Garage says our 98 was a diesel car original. Dad and Uncle Jimmy bought a running but horrifically smashed gold 72 Cutlass and swapped the low mileage driveline. In 98, my mom racked up many tickets in it. Yes. And the diesels, someone said to 60,000 miles the diesels were failing in those cars. Well, they weren't so great. They have a bad history. The truck just stopped at the worst place on the highway. It lost all power. I was able to coast it safely off the road. I got it under there and messed with a bunch of stuff, and we made it back. Okay. Did you record it? That sounds like an adventure.
Mexican Spec said that's an 82 Ford 302 truck with a points distributor. That's Mexico. Mexico's like,
Cheap.
that's pretty cool.
I mean, that would have been cheap to produce. Like dirt cheap to make a points distributor.
Okay, and I showed the Pinto, and Mexican Spec says Pintos are my favorite car. For me, Pinto wagons, actually little vans, but you can make the wagons into vans, same body. The little Pinto wagons to me were just, I'm a small guy, I'm a short guy. Perfect size car for me. They didn't have the fuel tank problems because it's different vent in the back. And there's enough room under the hood to put like any V6, or you can stuff a V8 in them. I know people put LSs in them. So, but you could put a nice V6 in it. Just sold a Pinto for $900. What? Was it a wagon? You sold it for $900?
I mean, if it was only worth $900, it might
man.
have been pretty rough.
see, Zephyr. Oh, that's a Zephyr. Oh, it is a Zephyr. Had a 302 V8.
Needs some wheels on it.
No, Kim, I was worried for my life more than recording the work.
Well, I can understand that on the side of the highway. Yeah.
Oh, you know how many times we've been working on something with a camera in one hand and trying to one hand something that takes
Yeah.
three hands?
Sometimes you need three people to do something and record it, and it still looks awful, and yeah, at night with lights, it's rough, you know. Our garage is as much a studio as it is a garage some nights, and it's still tough to get it quite right.
So here's more from Lester LeSabre.
That's a
That's
Ford Thunder Chicken?
it's a Thunderbird. That's the body style. That's my favorite body style of the new ones. Those are really nice. Those are nice to drive. I think it's a sharp looking car, and it's after the Fox body Thunderbirds. Different the front suspension. There's not room up there for anything on the top, so they did the front suspension differently. And those were I like that low wide kind of stance.
Mexican spec, there's a lot of rough old cars for people. There's more rough old cars than there are people looking for projects right now. Like a lot of people who have like we're buried in projects. We have to get rid of something if we're going to start a new project. So there's a lot of people who are in that place. A lot of younger people, they don't have, they're not looking for a project. They're looking for something to drive. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with Mexican Spec. Lot Burns gave that car away.
Well, yeah.
You
Sometimes
know,
you have to.
36,000 miles with this engine stuck. It's like, to me, that's like, so the engine's stuck.
Oh,
It's
wow.
the rest of the car,
Boy,
you
you
know.
really did somebody a favor. A low mileage car like that would be easy to fix because a lot of the like suspension and driveline and everything will be in good shape still.
Okay, so I'm gonna look a bit more. He hasn't said anything about the T-Bird yet. Maybe I'll leave it there till he says something about it. I had one of those. I was gonna set that 55 Dodge Town Wagon on that chassis, flat four. Is it an A-baller? A-pillar body mounts match. What is that? What is that? That it matches what? Oh, a Town Wagon. What? I'm not sure what matches what there. You like projects with computers though, Kim. You know what? She adapts to anything. I've seen her like she just did that what I would consider as newer, a whole electronic car, and she put a points distributor and a carburetor on it, and we're driving around on the property. It's just she got rid of all the electronics. But then with a car that we got to drive and it's got to be proper,
Well,
she fixed it. She fixed the electronics. It's
that
like,
that truck
yeah.
was ODB1, and the computer system and wiring was all botched up, so we decomputerized it. But yeah, I'll work with computerized stuff. Most of the stuff that you get access to anymore, it's going to have some kind of computer on it. And when the computers work, they can really, really, give you some performance if you like Dr. Art's been showing us how to update computers so that the fuel mapping and stuff like that is more
If you watch Dr. Art,
advantageous. Yeah.
watch Dr. Art if you're into the computer stuff because he really understands them and he goes in there and sets them up so they get more performance, off road kind of thing.
And back in the day, that stuff was all proprietary. You couldn't change that stuff. Whereas now they have, equipment so you can remap the computers so that it, changes the fuel curve and makes it perform good. And that's really cool.
Yeah, rental agency. That's Mexican Spec picked up on that. Um, so okay, so I missed something up there. T-Bird had a 3.8 V6, which it had a 302. Yeah, 302's a lot nicer. I used to like the 3.8s, drove them, and they went okay,
I thought
but
those
they were
3.8s were.
but they're a problem. They
Oh,
got
that's a Ford 3.8.
yeah, they have they blow head
Okay.
gaskets and things.
Because the
But you got
GM 3.8 is just considered like one of the best motors of all time.
that 3.8. You can't get it hot. They're
Mm.
okay until you get them hot. So don't get them hot.
Yeah, right. Don't. If it's overheating, you have to stop.
Let's see. I ran a 1989 Cougar. See, I don't like the Cougars because the back window was like straight up and down. I thought that looked terrible on that body style. Cougar 19, yeah, I was impressed by the car. Yeah, if you're looking out over the hood, it was fine. If you're outside looking at the back window, it was like, what do we do that for? I don't know. It was Mercury, I guess. I mostly I like the Mercury's better than Fords, but not on that one. Uh, I like OBD zero. Yeah, that's before OBD. Yeah, I don't know. You just you buy the car that you like, whatever it is. What I kind of like about the Mexican cars is you get them that are OBD zero that weren't OBD zero here. Okay, let's see what else is next here. Um, oh, this is a big four door. I like that body style, but that's like about 2000 or so, I think. Um,
Yeah, maybe even newer than that. That'd
yeah, I
be a
remember
nice little
that.
car.
I remember that grill came out in 2000, but they probably was there for several years. Um, I just looked at an '89 Celebrity, and the check engine light was on. I don't know how to check it. Oh, there's a thing down below, and there's a little. Oh, I'm trying to remember how to do that. There's a little thing you buy, sticks it in there, and you count the number of blinks, the check engine light on the dash to
Don't do that.
figure out what the
Is it
problems are.
ODB1 in 89 or ODB2?
No, OBD2 was 95 and newer, I think.
Oh, okay,
So
I don't know then.
so yeah, Dr. Art just told us that. So the '89 Celebrity, I had a couple of those things. I like the A-body GMs back then. They're kind of light duty four-cylinder car. I mean, I was impressed that I parked it at night with the air on, and in the morning it was still cool inside the car. It was well sealed. Those usually Buick run forever. Yeah, you get those at the 3.8, and those things are great. Uh, Carbs equals I am the PCM. I had a Buick that had a 3.8. It's nothing really. It was nothing but trouble. Man, I had 3.8s and 3.3s, which were basically the same engine, and those things were just like I had one 3.3 that failed, but when I bought that thing, man, it was the oil had probably never been changed. It was like grease in there, and I always had trouble with that engine. It finally took a crap on me.
Yeah,
Something
you're
seized
always
up.
buying someone else's maintenance history, so that's a consideration. It's not always the motor's fault.
I loved that car, but it's that engine seized up when I had it. Um, 300 units seemed to be in everything for a while. Yeah,
They were good power
and
plants.
there's often a box under the hood in OBD with some jumper wires, LED that will flash codes to you. Yeah, you. What I remember was there was a thing you plugged in, and you could do it with like a jumper wire under the dash, and then it flashed codes on the check engine light up on the dash. Unfortunately, the oil light was solidly on at idle, but went off at speed on that Celebrity. Yeah, that's probably not. Well, it could be a bad oil pressure sending unit, or it could be bad oil pressure. And from the sound of that, it's probably bad oil pressure.
Sounds like a rebuild is in the future.
The Celebrity should have the 3.1 in it being a 1981, but it had a 2.8 because of Mexico. Yeah, same engine, but different different size, same engine design, I should say. That was not my favorite engine, the 2.8 and the 3.1. I had them, and every one of them I had failed. And of course, I had them. They had miles on them. Who knows their history? And all of them, they start to knock. They either had broken pistons or something. Just I always wanted the Iron Duke in those A body GMs or the 3.8. 3.8s were hard to find. The Iron Dukes never broke. They just went and run and run and run. But they didn't have any power.
Yeah,
But
they
they were
weren't the
fun.
fastest,
No, but
but
they
they
were
were
good.
keep on going.
I could put the family in it, go down the highway at 70 miles an hour, and it was fine.
Yeah, I had an S10 with an Iron Duke, and I got to tell you, the body was rusting off the wheels, and it was still going. I never had to do nothing but except for everything. But like the motor itself, the core, it just started and run. Just keep putting oil in it. Didn't even leak that
Let's see.
much oil.
Yeah, I need to research those codes. Yeah, just research it. It's not that hard to do. I remember it's been many years since I've done that, but I remember having a jumper you stuck in there, or it used to be the parts stores had these little metal things that gave away, had their name on them, had the parts store name on. You just plug it in there. It was a jumper, and then it would flash codes on the
That's
check
kind of a
engine light.
it's kind of a pain, but it's not that complex
Oh,
of a procedure.
and it was the beginning of computer diagnosis, and it worked quite well. Um, it's nice Celebrity 2.8 4-speed manual. 4-speed manual. We never had that here. 4-speed manual. Man, it's a Mexican car and they change things just because. Yeah, yeah, it's different country, different. Here they had to keep up with the EPA and California CARB and all that stuff. In Mexico, they didn't have to do that, so it wasn't such a push to do it. And I'm sorry, I got dryness in the throat tonight. Okay, so we're gonna get off the Buick here and get to his next picture, which is, oh, that may have been it. Oh no, it's this one. It's a Mercury. What is that? What's wrong with me? I can't remember shit. CRS, Panther platform.
Oh,
It's the same as the platform as the police cars, but it was a Mercury. It was a lot nicer car.
okay. Whose car is it?
This is Lester LeSaber's email. We're still on. This is the last.
Oh,
He
okay.
sent a whole bunch of pictures. This is the last picture in his stream of pictures.
Dougster put. I gotta read. Brain. Okay.
Oh,
My
look
friend
at
was
this.
away on a work trip for 2 weeks. We changed the oil pressure sender to a 7 pound one so his gauge was always about pinned on the high side. We told him we put a high performance oil pump in and we came clean a week later and put the original sender back in. That's a prank. Nice job, Dougster.
See, Mexican Spec says the guy sold the ramp charger to tried to scan the engine with a U.S. scanner, and that was a no-go. He had to buy a Mexican scanner. Oh, yeah, that I believe. Yeah,
Oh.
because it's
Yeah,
yeah.
it's probably simplified code
See, the
system.
American ones looking for the VINs from cars that were sold in the U.S. and yeah, probably won't work. Okay, so I'm about yeah Panther. That's what I was trying to think of that Panther 4.6. I've got a 4.6 two valve in my van, and that thing has 329,000 miles on it. Starts right up, runs, never uses any oil. Doesn't have a lot of power in the van because it's a big, heavy van, but it's just like as reliable as it gets, you know. Okay, so I'm going to take this away. I don't remember what was under it. Oh, yeah, that Lot Burns car is under it.
Barrow's Garage says on a Dodge van or truck, step on the brake, cycle the key on and off 6 times, and the check engine light will flash the code. First years of the digital odometer and the Fords will do the same, but uh, tell you across the odometer code. Oh, I see. It'll scroll past the
Okay,
odometer. That makes sense.
now we're on to Rob's.
Yeah, you got to learn the tricks that are specific to your car for extracting codes.
Rob.
Rob's Customs
Yeah,
and
big long name.
yeah.
Rob.
Rob, sorry for taking so long to get to your pictures.
Well, I got a lot of pictures here. Let's see if I can get a picture of the car.
Nice.
So
It looks like it
hopefully
was just
Rob's still
painted.
here. Is
Fresh
Rob still here?
wheels.
Is Rob still here?
I think I can list. I don't know how to check. I'm
Mexican
sorry.
Spec knows how to do that list, and here I am running the show, and I don't know how to do the list. Actually, you're running the show. You're the engineer.
Well, he's not a participant in the chat, so it means he hasn't said anything in a while. I think. I don't know.
Okay, so all right. Well, it's Rob's car, and he sent an email during the week, so I ended up getting to it.
Is
Really,
that a Camaro? Is the question.
yeah. What year Camaro's that? Real easy to tell.
Okay. How do you tell?
It's got these little wing window vents up there.
Yeah, vent windows.
1 year, 1967, first year.
Oh.
Okay, Mexican Spec says he is there. He is here.
Okay. Well, maybe he's just listening. Not everybody is ready to type at any given second. That's only me being stuck with that responsibility. Oh, there's a. It's
Oh, what are you doing? You threw like a little animal at me.
not an animal. It's an insect.
Oh, somebody I watch a lot on YouTube. He does odd kind of cooking stuff and talks about different. Yeah, you might know who he is. Um, Adam Ragusia. He got one of his, and he's got millions of subs. Been at it for years. Interesting guy. And his cooking is always kind of scientific versus just this is a recipe. And he was talking about crustaceans, and he ate a bug that was a crustacean. And when he ate the bug, he got demonetized because he ate the bug. He killed the bug.
Killed a
So
bug?
so he killed something
Oh,
on.
well, that moth is still flying over there. We didn't kill
Yeah,
anything.
don't kill anything on.
Don't kill anything.
So yeah, he ate a live bug and got demonetized. Just one video.
I'll bet you in some countries it's probably gross or something,
Well,
right?
his point was that's in some countries that is considered a food and that's what they do. It was in the US that it was not cool.
I mean, if you want to play in the YouTube, you gotta follow the rules of the YouTube.
Yep. I mean, they make fly swatters and things, but
But you can't eat it.
can't use it on YouTube. Oh man, just follow the rules. For it's also the first year for OBD2. I found out that after I bought a scanner. Man, why my throat is killing me tonight.
If people are watching after the stream, they can't see the chat necessarily. So if you're gonna discuss something from chat, you probably should just read it aloud.
You know what happens on the chat? It takes like 24 hours for the chat to show up.
Yeah. So you almost have to read it if we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, if you rewatch something. Tomorrow I have a video coming out on a car that is rare as hen's teeth. That's the title of the video. Okay, I'll be looking for that.
Is it a thunder chicken?
Firebirds tended not to have the wraparound taillights. You're right. My mind is foggy from being so sick. Man, isn't it terrible being sick? I turned 70 in February. The 3 weeks before I turned 70, I thought I was so sick. I didn't think I was going to make it to my 70th birthday. I was at the point where I was telling Kim, just give me all the car titles. I'm going to sign them over to you. I'm just like, I'm done. I know I'm not going to make it till I'm 70. And then I had kidney problem. It healed up. A few days before I turned 70, I felt good. My 70th birthday, I felt good. It's like, wow. So, yeah, you can lick an electric fly swatter for 1 million views, but if you use it to swat a fly, you get popped. That makes sense to me, too.
Well, actually, videos displaying self-harm can be
And what?
demonetized. Self-harm.
Self-harm. Oh,
Yeah, so if you're electrocuting yourself or doing something that other people might perceive as dangerous, or children might emulate or something like that, you run the risk. Obviously the YouTube moderation.
Olive scent. Next suspect, spicy, garlicky chicken soup. I think that's supposed to make him unsick. My 63 Fury is
Oh,
already
some
in my
good
wife's
garlic
name.
will drive the demons right out of you.
My 63 Fury is already in my wife's name. Yeah, until something happens to her and you're still there. Oh, man, I don't know what to do with these titles. It's like I just want to sign them and have them hidden somewhere so she knows where they are, but they're either of us having control over them. What?
Nothing.
Oh,
I'm good.
appreciate that without the spicy part, though. Yeah, Mexican Spec's not a spicy guy.
Yeah,
Everybody
that's
thinks
some
Mexican
spicy.
food is spicy. It just depends on who's cooking the Mexican food. Some Mexican restaurants I've been to, a few, I can't eat it. It's so hot. It's just like, ugh.
I
But
figured
then
out.
I've been to other Mexican restaurants that are not hot at all. So it's all in between.
I figured out you're spicy because we've been cooking. With we take turns cooking and we try different things. And I figured out with his spicy, he liked garlic. He doesn't mind like black pepper, but like any kind of red pepper, he starts coughing. It hurts it bothers his throat. Anything that
I
kind of
have
hits you
throat.
in the back of the throat,
I
he
have throat.
cannot do. But like ginger, it doesn't hit you in the back of the throat. It hits you on the tongue. That don't bother him. He likes it. It's good flavor. So you kind of have to learn what you like and what you don't like.
Remember,
Spicy is a big range. It's like a
remember, I lived
lots
in
of
the
stuff.
U.S. for half my life. So ulcers. I had an ulcer once, and it was from food poisoning. what is that stuff you get from meat? Uh,
It's not listeria. It is
I got it anyway.
botulism.
No.
It'll come to us.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Anyway.
Don't persist too
Um.
hard. You know
So
what?
I and
Living
I
in the
had
U.S. right now will give you ulcers.
I had an
Absolutely.
ulcer for a few weeks because of that, but it healed.
A few
Uh,
weeks is actually a really rapid recovery from
it
an ulcer.
was. It was, and the doctor said you were really lucky.
Yeah.
Um.
You've told that story. That story is don't tell that story again right now.
No, I won't tell the whole story. It's just
But
that
it
it
happened. Yeah.
happened. Yeah, it happened. Nobody wants all the details. It's
Yeah.
not. It's
Ulcers are
not
really
pleasant.
horrible. Food poisoning is really horrible.
It happened at a bad time
Yeah.
because I
Well, there's
was
never a good
because
time.
I was
He was traveling across the
traveling
country,
across the country in a car in a hurry
got food poisoning
and
and
got
an
food
ulcer.
poisoning and it was not fun.
Yes, and stress will give you that. I
Uh,
was a very high strung child and I got ulcers from it, and they were awful. I don't
yes.
know how you get high strung, but I was. They were
What's
like,
it
"You're
called?
very high strung." I'm like, "Well, what am I supposed to
E.
do with
coli?
that information?"
Is that right? E. coli?
E. coli,
E.
yeah.
coli.
I think that will come from
Yeah,
food.
I ate a hamburger
Yeah, meat. That will come in meat.
and it was my fault as much as it was somebody else's. There was a problem with it, but I didn't know that. I stopped at McDonald's right when they were closing. I wanted to eat. They weren't ready for me. They had a couple burgers already done, but I didn't understand that. I bought them, got in the car, bit into it, and it was cold. And so I turned on the light and I'm looking to see if it's even cooked. It was that cold. It looked like it was cooked. I ate the burgers, a couple of cheeseburgers going down the road, and man, did I get sick. So it was the fault of whoever processed the meat or wherever it came from. McDonald's didn't cook it all the way, but that was kind of my fault because I kind of pressured them into it. And I was stupid and I ate it. So, that's my fault.
Mexican spec, you're falling apart. Hernias, ulcers, coughing.
Oh,
You
man.
got to take care of yourself. Got to be assertive and be
I'm
responsible for
highly allergic
your
to
health.
bell peppers, so I sub them out with
Anaheim? I don't know what those are.
I
Maybe
don't
I'll
know.
look it up. I'll look it up. That's my job, is to do things on the internet. Let's see.
So,
I have lots of food allergies, so I can definitely relate to. Oh, see, there it is. Pepper. Oh, it's just a different kind of pepper. Oh,
that's not a pepper. There's a
I
pepper.
found it. Oh, they're hot pepper. Do they come in all different kinds?
Oh, Anaheim chilies. Well, what are Anaheim chilies? Are they not hot or they are hot or?
I'll bet you they come in hot and not hot varieties.
Oh, the peppers I want, we can't get them here. I wasn't the It wasn't the cost of doctors. It was time off work to recover. I couldn't. Yeah, that man. I know that story. Um, in the Southwest Arizona, uh, there were Mexican women that I knew, and one guy he cooked these things, and they were white peppers, very very slight tinge of green to them, but they were white peppers. They were this big, and they stuff them with cream cheese and shrimp and wrap bacon around them. They were so good, and I can't get those peppers here. I have looked and looked and looked, and I could get them. They were all over in the stores in Yuma, Arizona, but can't get them here. And I'm sure they came from Mexico, and they just probably not popular anywhere else. I wish I could get them here. And some of them are a little bit hotter than others. Some of them are kind of hot, and some of them are not. So there's probably some differences. But yeah. Anyway, can't find them here. Wish I could.
They're probably too good. They eat them all. They don't send them here because they're yummy.
My wife would stuff peppers. You know what I like are the bell peppers that are the yellow and the orange and the red ones. And the green ones have a different taste. You just bought some green ones, and I ate some. But
Yeah, what did I cook them with? I cooked them with
I don't know.
zucchini.
Oh
Zucchini
yeah,
and onion and pepper. It was good.
it was good. But if I had my choice, I'd rather have the yellow, the orange, and the red ones. And they all look the same except for the color. They're very colorful looking when they're all together. So I don't.
Mexican spec my mother used to make. stuffed peppers, and the meat was mixed with rice and went in the peppers, and then
Look,
roasted. And
look, if you put this in front of my face,
I see
you
that.
can see the peppers through me.
I was telling the story.
Okay.
So she would roast them in like a roasting pan in the oven with, and then put tomato sauce over them. They were really good. I liked those. And like as a kid, I didn't like, peppers, but green peppers, ew. But they were good like that. So I think it's my mother's way of getting us to enjoy vegetables a little bit.
Makes good political. I don't know what that is. My mother used to take green. I never knew about the other color peppers. She'd take green peppers and clean them all out inside, and she'd put some meat, some kind of ground meat, and rice and some other stuff in there. And they were stuffed peppers, and they were pretty good. Breaded and fried sliced pepper rings are good.
No, no. This is what I got for searching
Oh,
uh, Puerto. I don't know how to pronounce it,
green
and I
stuff.
have to pee. Everyone, I'm sorry. That was too much information, but I need to take a
You need to take a break.
quick, quick break.
I make
Quick
a
break.
mean stuffed jalapeno. The cold version is bacon, cream cheese, shredded Colby Jack. The hot version is a piece of cream cheese wrapped in two pieces of bacon. Yeah, it's the same thing with those white peppers, and they had a name for those that I can't really say it on here, but they were a white, almost white pepper. They had a slight green tinge to them, but they were oh man, they were really good. Um, and when Kim gets back, I want to. I don't think she wants me to do it. Go on to the Loctite thing. I just want to. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but I want to talk about Loctite for a minute or two because of that short that I did and got a lot of hits on that short. There was no good Mexican area near you. You know, when I lived in Northeast Ohio, there's like one chain kind of Mexican restaurant that was okay, but there are no Mexican restaurants. And like here, there's Mexican restaurants everywhere. And I don't go to too many of them because I'm diabetic, but I like them. But a lot of times, Mexican restaurants, there's people from Mexico working in there, and they own the place. And yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, you know. And the same thing, of course, Yuma, Arizona, 5 feet from the border. You know, there's Mexican people that live there, you know, families for hundreds of years. So of course, there's Mexican restaurants everywhere. And when I lived in Central California, same thing. I'm trying to think where else I've lived that. Oh, even when I was in Maryland, there was a guy there that he and I every Saturday we'd go out to eat lunch, and about half the time we'd go try a different Mexican restaurant, and there were a lot of good ones. But I don't know what it was about Northeast Ohio. They're just devoid of Mexican restaurants. I have a huge platter. They used to make stuffed jalapenos. For party, I never bring home any. Yeah, peppers are loaded with lectins. I don't know. Kim's hollering at me from the other room. Yeah. If you want to bring me a couple ice cubes, sure. Peppers are loaded with lectins that may pierce the lining of your large intestine, causing what?
Jeez, are we talking about severe medical
Let's
problems?
law. Burns telling us that. He's a pretty sharp guy. Don't tell me this. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Uh,
Yikes.
maybe I do need to know it. Um, Kim, at some point here, when you get back, I'm gonna go on to Loctite for a few minutes because I want to. I I know that I think you don't want me to cover it because you're afraid I'm gonna get too deep in the engineering weeds, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna keep it at the. I'm gonna keep it at
I just
the.
didn't want to do it right away. I wanted to do some of the pictures because people did a lot of work
Oh
to
yeah,
make
people did a lot of work for the pictures, so I should bring the pictures back over here, and I'll do that right now. Bring one of them back over here. We got Lot Burns' car back up there because somehow I got got it there.
Did you go through everybody a little bit?
I think I caught everybody. Oh, there's no, there's a couple more I missed.
It would be really rude if we ignored any. If they're not in the chat, we can do it later
Okay.
if they show up.
There's one I covered last week.
Okay.
And this one is this is Tim. I haven't seen Tim tonight.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
It's a picture of Pikes Peak. We can show that some night when Tim's here. It's just a picture of a mountain.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to move over here to pictures that I have. And now everybody's going to scatter because I'm going to talk about
technical stuff.
Oh,
he took a long journey into the explanation of Loctite today.
Well, but why isn't that moving? I grabbed onto something. It didn't grab.
You didn't click it up.
Okay, this stuff. I don't know why I'm showing
that looks
the picture.
Very brand specific. Well,
it is brand specific, but there's Loctite brand, there's Permatex brand, there's...
Speaking of brand specific, I'm having a frosty vanilla root beer.
That's got enough sugar in it. If you put that on a bolts, it'll work as Loctite as well.
It's very sugary.
It's sticky. Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to hear this. Maybe I should just skip this subject.
No,
I don't know.
Talk about what did you learn or how were you? Tell us. Okay, so the backstory here is he made a video talking about how to identify Loctite. This is 242. 242 Loctite. And so it was it was very fast, and we got a lot of views and a lot of comments on it. So some of the questions he didn't know exactly how to answer, and so he did more research, and this is the stuff that he learned that he wants to talk about. And I think it's valid. I don't have a problem with you talking about all this stuff. I think it's interesting information, but it's only useful to certain people.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I did engineering work on aircraft, like 30 years of my life. So, as an engineer, I'm gonna really get into the weeds on what product to use where. But on cars, you're generally going to use a couple of things. You're going to use blue Loctite, which is what everybody calls the product that they use for something that's not permanent. It's a medium strength. This is 242. There's another one that's like this, 243. And thankfully, all the companies use this. They might have a 5-digit number, but the last 3 numbers are 242 or 243. And 242 has been around for a long time. 243 is used for, you can have a little oily business on the bolts and it works real well. So what are you doing? We're going to start changing pictures.
Well, you're talking about different things.
I know, but I'm almost done and you're being distracting.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to distract. I will stop and listen. Go ahead. You're doing good. You're doing great. I'll put the picture back.
You took my picture away.
No, put it back. I'm sorry. I'm botching
So,
it.
Get my thoughts back here. So, okay, that's blue Loctite, commonly known as blue Loctite. Then there's what's commonly known as red Loctite, which is 271, and it's like Godzilla stuff. You put it on there, and it doesn't want to come undone. This is meant to come undone. The blue Loctite.
The blue stuff.
So the way you get red Loctite undone is you heat it up, and it doesn't take a lot of heat. I know Chrysler transmissions, torque flights, for a long time had fittings on them for the transmission lines, and they had red Loctite on them. To get them off, you took a propane torch. You just kind of warmed the aluminum up around there with a propane torch. You didn't have to get it real hot, and you could unscrew them.
I just did that, and it works really good. We just torch around it. You don't.
So now here comes
blowing or anything.
So Mexican Spec asks the question that's all over the internet.
Yeah.
And it's everywhere. And it's all over it's on what's the site that has all the questions I referenced earlier before we went on the air here? Reddit.
Reddit? Yeah, Reddit.
At questions all over on Reddit. Why is blue Loctite in red bottle and red Loctite in blue bottle? It is not. Here's the deal. If you buy Loctite brand It doesn't matter what Loctite it is, it's in a red bottle because that's Loctite's. It's like Coke comes in a red bottle. Okay, if you buy a Permatex brand, you can
This is
bring up
okay. Can I bring up the picture
bring
now?
up a Permatex. Yeah, bring up a
So here's the
Permatex. Yeah,
Permatex.
bring up that one.
Oh, oh, Permatex.
Okay, if you bring up Permatex, if you buy Permatex brand, it's in a blue bottle. So all over Reddit, they have they pull up some red Loctite or red thread locker, because Loctite is a brand name. Red thread locker in a blue bottle. It's because it's Permatex brand and it's all in blue bottles. And then they bring up a blue Loctite that's Loctite brand and it's a red bottle. So they have these two bottles. Like, oh, it's backwards. This is a mind game and all. No, no.
Yeah.
It's a brand name.
I think it is confusing.
Well, okay. When you go buy a soft drink and it's in a blue bottle and you go, this is cola. Why is it in a blue bottle? You know, I'm used to drinking Coke. It's in a red bottle. Well, you know
Well, it
what?
makes sense now that you explained
You know
it, but
what?
before it didn't. Hi, Ari. Welcome to the stream.
So
Glad you're
yeah,
here.
all right, yeah, we're in the middle of
Thread locker.
thread locker. So the whole thing with the blue Loctite being in a red bottle and a red Loctite being in a blue bottle, it only depends on what brand you buy. Loctite's going to be in a red bottle, no matter what color no matter what color the product is. And if you buy Permatex brand, it's all going to be in blue bottles, no matter what's in the bottle. So
So
that's
tell
what
them how you
happens.
can tell the difference.
Oh, you look at the number like this. Bring up my picture again.
Okay.
Oh, right there, that Loctite 222. Right
Yeah.
there. 222, that happens to be purple. 222 is meant for little tiny hardware, like in electronic boxes, like little tiny stainless hardware. And it hardly has any grip at all. But that's all you need on a little tiny fastener that you don't want, like something inside a radio to come apart.
Oh yeah, it says low strength right there on
Low
the side.
strength, and I've used so much of that on little electronic stuff, autopilots and things. But you know, you use blue or red on a little tiny bolt. Red, you're going to break the bolt getting it apart, you know. But see, it's a Loctite brand and it's in a red bottle. So
See, but this stuff is blue and it's in a red bottle. It's also
so so anyway, I know I lost track of a lot of stuff going on
so
here.
you don't have to pay attention to the color of the bottle.
You pay attention to the number. And
The
like
number. It doesn't even matter what color the
and then
Loctite is. It's the number that
and,
tells you what it does.
and then there's places like, you know, the Chinese brand tool stores. They have red 271 and blue 242 Chinese clones, and they only have two. And they might even be in red and blue bottles. I don't know.
What's 271?
271 is red high strength
How do you get that off?
with some heat. That's what was on your transmission.
I see.
So,
But you
and
don't really
that's
need
why,
to heat the
and
blue
then
stuff.
somebody back there that was asked, I don't remember who it was. I'm trying to read but it doesn't matter who said it. They asked, what do you use on headers? Well, red Loctite would be nice because it's really permanent, good stuff, except it takes heat to undo it, so you're really fighting a losing battle there. What you do is you go to the Loctite has the most products like that. So you go to Loctite and you search what is meant for high heat, and you look for the what do they call them? Product whatever the product sheets are.
Materials safety data sheet.
Well,
No?
there's safety. There's SDS, which is
And there used to be really great resources for that, but he was looking today for a long time. And he was
you know
really upset because it's all
what
difficult
really
to navigate now.
it's called.
They subcontracted it and lost all its easiness.
There's something else here I was going to bring up. You can search for this. I'm going to try to bring this up, but I don't know if you're no, you got my picture gone again.
I can bring it back.
That
Oh, geez, you can't read
yeah,
it.
the there's all kind. Okay, I just want to show this. You can't read it, but it's called a Loctite, and it's Loctite brand wall chart. It's on a Loctite website that's they're on two websites. One's in New Zealand and one's in Australia. Somebody down there published that, but it's Loctite, and Loctite is a German Henkel. It's a German brand. But if you get that, it shows it shows all kinds of things on there. It shows their thread locker up there at the top. It shows their like stud and bearing mount and their adhesives. They got all kinds of products, all different numbers. You can search for um, mechanical properties of each one of those, and you can probably learn more than you ever wanted to know. So anyway, dare we use Loctite spray? I'm thinking of 542. Okay, so 542, yeah, you just, if there is, I don't know what that is, you just search Loctite 542 data sheet or something and it'll come up. And then you'll probably find more than you ever want to know. So from an engineering point of view, that's what I did a lot of times, is find the most appropriate thing. And then to make sure people use the right stuff, you when you write the manual, you put the number in there and you just make sure they um, have it available to them. Green. See, there's all different greens too. Put some Loctite green. There's green that was it's one of the green ones is one that you put in afterwards. It seeps down in the threads. It's really thin stuff and it goes in. But then there's other green that's like stud and bearing mount. That's Godzilla stuff that you'll never get it undone. So, oh yeah, click on that one. That picture, I think I actually have that picture here.
What, the Henkel one?
Top bottle, common Loctite. I think it was this one.
The thing of it is we're saying Loctite. It's a brand name.
Loctite is a brand name, and Thread Locker is like this. This chart happens to be a Loctite chart, but you can see there's
once you know the number, you can look for a thread locker with that number, and it's going to have the same kind of like characteristics.
Look right there. There's green 290, which is wicking. You put it on the threads after the bolt's tight, and it works its way down in there, which is kind of slick.
Oh, somebody said they put green around a leaky tire valve.
I saw it, but that's why I'm bringing up green. Because then there's green that's stud and bearing mount. So let's say you have like a small block Chevy where the rocker arm studs press in. Don't screw in if you redo Chevy heads, a lot of times you put heel coils in there and screw them in. But the ones that press in, they use the green that's a stud and bearing mount, and it's for press fits, which is different than the wicking stuff. So you got to be careful with colors. They're not always, the color doesn't mean as much as the number does. So anyway, that's my whole spiel on this. I don't want to get too far into I don't want to get into the.
I was just watching a video by a guy who runs a machine shop, and he kind of said that as long as the Loctite is liquid, like as long as it hasn't hardened, it probably will still work. That expiration, they probably don't expire. But and then somebody earlier in the chat said that all of them said that they have little sample packs so that they don't dry out, and that's nice too. But buy a small bottle because you don't use it fast.
And then there's things that are really annoying, like the red 271.
Yeah.
And everybody's brand of the 271, the red high strength. If you keep it around very long, it comes through the plastic bottle. And you grab the plastic bottle, it'll be all sticky because the stuff does come, it seeps through the plastic somehow. It's really annoying. Mm-hmm. So I try to,
Okay, I got to answer this question. This thing, Mexican Spec says, I don't believe in this. If the car god's meant for a bolt to come out, I am nobody to prevent that. The problem is airplane technician. Okay, when you're working on an airplane, no bolts. You don't want anything to fall out. This is like a little more precise.
Yeah, and Ari down there says high temp thread sealer. You gotta search that out and find it, and then I don't know how you get it undone. I was gonna say something else about Loctite brand, because I was researching that so much. The red 242, the blue 242, which is the medium strength, they make a crayon which has a different number on it.
Oh yeah.
And like you can reach up to something you can barely reach, and you can wipe that semi hard soft crayon on the threads and then screw it in. So that's kind of a convenient thing. And then they make stuff that looks like Teflon tape, but it's blue, and it's 242 Loctite, but it's got a different number on it, and it's tape, and you put it on the threads and screw it in, and then it melts into thread locker. So there's a lot of stuff like that. Um, so anyway, I don't want to get any further into it. You can look this stuff up, find the
Now
charts.
you know more,
Yeah,
right?
find
Just
the
because
charts.
it's red doesn't mean it's the correct one.
Although
There's lots of different.
generally red is going to be high strength, but there's all different reds, and you can see right
You
there
might
what
want blue.
you can see like right there the red Loctite 263 is up to 180 degrees centigrade, which is freaking hot, and it's meant for bolts that are I don't know, I can't read it. It tells the size bolts. That's another thing that this depending on what size hardware you're using, you might want to use something else. I know the little electronic stuff, you don't want to use blue and you certainly don't want to use red. Use that purple 222 because you can get it undone and it's enough to hold the little hardware in place.
Custom Deluxe 84, welcome to the stream. I don't think we said hello to you yet tonight. He
Let's
says he
see.
uses
At
it
work.
at work to seal weld on fabricated gearboxes so that they are oil tight.
So
See,
so the
there's uses.
whole point of my spiel is here. There's a lot more to it than red and blue and the colors of the bottles and yeah, search it out if you really need to know, search it out. And
Yeah.
otherwise use 242 243, which are very similar, except 243 is oil tolerant, and that's the medium strength, and the 271 red is the high strength, and generally that's all you're going to need is those two until you get into specialized stuff like high heat or
Yeah.
high
But
altitude or
well, that's the thing,
space
right?
spacecraft,
Is these are maybe the most common use ones, but the chart goes on and on and on. So if you're using different materials, stainless, aluminum, different temperatures, different degrees of tidiness, yeah, look at the chart and match it to what you're doing.
I know I'm starting to see, Ari brings this up. I'm starting to see a lot of orange Loctite. And I'm like, and he says it's two part. I'm like, man, I didn't even know it was two part. But I've been out of the engineering business for what, where I was actually designing aircraft parts 3 years. And we were using stuff that we were using on aircraft.
Yeah. And it might
So
not be relevant to
I,
aircraft. Maybe
I,
it's like for titanium or
I
something.
have not gone and read about that stuff yet. And I've
Interesting.
kind of, like when I see it, it's like, I need to go read about that, but I'm doing something else, so I don't get there. Uh, maybe I'll read about that tonight. Something interesting to do
Cool.
when I can't sleep. Read about orange,
There you go.
yellow
Now you
Loctite.
have reading material. Once you're done watching all of your
Okay,
YouTube video backlog, you
so
can read more about He spent hours today on that, like down the Loctite rabbit hole, so you don't have to.
so that's enough of my Loctite spiel. We'll go on to something else. Like Mexican Specs asking about what will happen too. He thinks the electric cars will last 8 to 10 year lifespan. Some of them are not lasting that long. I don't
So
know. Do what Rich Rebuilds does and put an LS Chevy in them. See that Tesla S model with an LS Chevy in it? It's down in Florida now, and Tavares is driving around. That was pretty funny.
after their 8 to 10 year
Whoops!
lifespan,
What did I do?
I think that a lot of these cars that supposedly the original battery is going to be toast 8 to 10 years. A lot of them are just going to get crushed. A lot of them are going to use for parts, hopefully, for the next generation of electric cars that are a little more sensible. I don't
I
think
don't know.
electric cars are going to take over. I just don't think we're there yet. I
Wait,
think a
my
lot of them are
fingers are
just
stuck
going to.
together. What do I do? You know what that comes from? That comes from super glue, which is you can. Oh, here's another one. You get all different super glues that are called CA, which is short for cyano, whatever it is. Big word this long. And there's all different ones, but they make some real thin stuff. And if you're working on something, it gets away from you, it'll like run down your fingers and your arm, and now your arm's stuck to the table and your fingers are stuck together, and it gets really hot. Yeah, I've been there. I had friends. They got this couple little kids, and they were all building model airplanes, and one of them's chasing the other one up the stairs, and the stairs are carpeted. And one of them's got a bottle of thin CA super glue with him, and the other one grabs a kid. They're playing like some kind of chase or something. They're screwing around. He grabs and the kid falls down, and the thin CA goes all down, and now his arm's glued to the carpet, and one of his legs and his butt's glued to the carpet. Yeah, that's cyano, something acrylic, whatever it is. He'd get up and he's like ripping up pieces of the carpet onto his arms and taking pieces of his skin off and everything. And yeah, it's almost funny, but it wasn't funny because they're getting hurt. So yeah, be careful with that stuff. You can glue yourself together and keep it away from your face. Don't even think about getting it near your face. Thank God Thread Locker doesn't get everywhere like Never Sees does. Yeah, Never Sees. I did a video on that, and that went, man, did that go crazy?
Yeah, boy, that's a topic that people want to talk about.
Man,
It is. The simpler the video, the more people want to respond and talk about it, have an opinion, have a conversation, comment.
I was watching a video when I was doing all the NIC stuff, and a guy says this is theft prevention on your car,
Oh yeah,
and
another short.
it was one of these door handles that lifts up like this, and he put all anti-seize on the back of the door handle, so if somebody reach up there, they're gonna get all black.
And all
And
over
he-
the steering wheel.
He wiped it all over his steering wheel. I go, okay, that's
And the
probably
shift lever.
that's gonna deter the thieves, but how do you drive your car? So I don't know. Yeah, NIC's got its use. Kim, there are going to be so many at some point. The junkyards will stop buying them like they did with Ramblers in Vegas.
Yeah, they're going to go to recycling places where they just cut them out. There's a lot of copper, and the lithium batteries have value, like for lithium recycling.
I never thought about that. She says the fog will also mess up your plastic eyeglasses.
What fog?
Probably off the CA.
Oh yeah, don't get too close to this.
Well,
stuff.
because that thin CA, I've been using a lot of it on something, and all of a sudden the smell, it's like, whoops, I'm too close to it, and I got to back up, and I know the chemicals are evaporating out of it, and it's like, woo, almost overcome by it. I didn't even think about that getting my glasses, but oh man, yeah.
Mexican spec. I mean, there'll be people who find ways to repurpose some of the stuff. A lot of older cars will be retrofit with some of the advantages. Like they have the steering that's like drive by wire. There's not actually a connection, and that frees you up to do different things. I don't know. Hot rodders are going to find ways to use them. There's so much value there. Like so much money was invested in creating these things. People are going to drive them for as long as they can. People are going to figure out how to refit them with new batteries. Some of the cars are like impossible to replace the batteries, but other ones, like what is the ones that are pretty? Is it the Toyotas? People buy the old batteries, redo them, and put them back into Toyotas and keep running them, and they can put a lot of miles on those cars that way. So
Okay.
people are going to do it.
We were talking about Buicks. It's just a file photo I have. It's kind of a cool looking car. Of course, we're in the way, but that's all right. It's either a 63 or 4 Buick Riviera. I don't know which year it is. They look the same to me. I'm sure somebody will know the
Oh,
difference.
that's an unusual looking Riviera.
I'm sure that's the first year or second year.
Oh, it's an early one.
Yeah, 63 or 4. And I'm not sure which
Slide
is
it
it.
up a little bit.
Somebody here might know if that's a 63 or 4. Underneath, they're different because they got different transmissions in there. The 64 is probably a little bit better car, but they're both desirable cars. Tyler bought a 10-year-old Fiat 500E for $700.
Like orate it so people watching can know what you're talking about.
What's this?
Tyler bought a 10-year-old Fiat 500E, so that's an electric car, for $700 US with only 43,000 miles. Car's perfect with a dead battery. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of that because
So
they
what
did
do you do
not
with it?
plan to maintain those cars in the long term like they ought to have.
So you take the battery out and make it into a trailer? I don't know.
I mean, take the motor out, sell it in pieces. The parts are really expensive on some. What was it? What was that car that we were watching? The guy up in New York. They couldn't get it out of. They couldn't get it into neutral because it was an electric car. But they said that
That was
the
rich.
windshield was worth $2,000, just the windshield.
That was Rich Rebuilds.
Yeah.
and it was a Fisker SUV, and that thing had all four wheels locked up, and they had some kind of problem with it. They couldn't get power to it, and he had it there, and it took them all day to get that thing into the shop out of the parking lot because they got the back wheels unlocked, but the front wheels not unlocked, and they eventually did it and got it inside the shop. And it was a car that had what 2,000 miles on it. Company's already out of business. Company's already bankrupt. So, and somebody bought it for, I don't remember what they paid for it, $70,000, and they bought it for eight, nine, 10,000, something like that. And a car had 2,000 miles on it. Really like the Rivian trucks. They're pretty sweet rigs.
Ari towing the party line. Good job, Ari.
How's Rivian doing? Are they? You're going to tell me they're doing well, but I
hope they're taking good care of their customers.
I do see them around.
I haven't heard bad things about them. They're really pretty. They're very attractive vehicles.
Mexican Spec says we all know the weak spot on the Rivian. I don't know the weak spot on the Rivian. Other to me, it's electric, and I like to get in a car and go a long distance. But there's less and less in that in my life because of my age and because we're hanging out here. So an electric car might actually work for me, but I like to jump in a car and go 2,000 miles. Well, it's kind of difficult with an electric vehicle because you get time charging is difficult.
Guys, don't give Ari a hard time. He's working hard. Don't read those comments.
If you're in trouble. The wizard bought it from him. The wizard bought what? Which is this? Oh, the little Fiat. Okay. He's going to try to replace the cells that went bad, but a mechanic would never do that for a client. Yeah, probably because, yeah.
Well, why not? If they're so good and so valuable, why wouldn't you repair them or maintain them?
The whole back part of the truck is one piece. Oh yeah, they do. They have a body shop issue. Yep, I forgot about that. Aluminum unibody for the beds this week. Of course, if you have one yourself and you get a dent in it, you're probably not going to take it to a body shop. Somebody like you or me, we're not going to go to a body shop and put it on the insurance and the car's total. We're going to mud over it. Exit some other way,
I mean, the vehicles that are going to really win out are the ones that over time they learn how to service and maintain them at reasonable costs. The vehicles that were designed with no thought of future maintenance or future cost, I mean, that's a fatal flaw if you can't maintain a vehicle.
See, if I was in Ari's position in a job like that, I'd be driving something like what he's driving, and then I'd enjoy my job, learning about them and driving the Rivian, and it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, but you don't want to drive your classic vehicle around all the time. You'll wear it out.
So
use up that Rivian.
It's interesting technology. I just don't appreciate being shoved down our throats, and and all the major manufacturers have been kind of coerced into doing this. Yeah. And they're not selling, and they're not very good. Whereas like Rivian and Tesla, I mean, they set out to do that, and they did a pretty good job, I think.
And they've got to listen to their customers and be willing to pivot, like willing to listen. I bring up that Whistling Diesel thing he just did, and I don't want to give it away too much, but he just did his review of his new Cybertruck where they destroy it, running it through tests until it doesn't work. And he had some real feedback based on, they play around and they destroy stuff, but he also had some real feedback. But, Tesla is like, if they're tone deaf, customers are not going to feel very confident. So if there's problems with the Rivian, and the Rivian people say, we are going to deal with this problem, we are going to serve our customers, not just... That's how they're going to move forward. If there's problems with batteries, and Rivian says, okay, we're going to correct the problem. If there's problems with... Give it away, nobody watches them. Like 7 million people watched that video. He made a fortune destroying his Cybertruck.
I don't even want to talk about it because he destroys too much. I don't like watching people destroy stuff. Here's one of Kim's favorite cars. It's not a Vista Cruiser. It is not a Vista Cruiser. It's
It's a
close.
Buick.
Same body as a Vista Cruiser.
It's a Buick,
It's
right? That's what it
yeah,
says on the
well, a
hood.
Vista Cruiser is an Oldsmobile.
It's a
Same body.
station wagon.
But Kim really likes those roofs, and so do I.
Oh, it's got that dome roof.
See, what you do is you see. I always wanted to, when there were like millions of them in the junkyards, lop one of those off and put it on the van, you know. But now you would want to destroy one because there's so few of them.
Yeah.
But
Well, if we find one up north, it'll be rusted from about here down. So all that'll be left is the roof, and we can use that.
see,
Sport wagon.
Sport Wagon is a Buick. Vista Cruiser was the Olds. The other thing you'll notice, it's an A-body GM, which is the same as a Chevelle. So look at the shape of the windshield and the front doors and the back door frames and all that. You could actually graft that roof onto a Chevelle wagon. Forget I said that. That'd be kind of cool. Um, I went to the curved roof glass and thought, Olds. Yeah, right. They're right, exactly. I've called them Vista Cruisers before by mistake. Oh,
The roof will also no cars up north. They rust from the about here down. The
and
tops are fine.
in along the coast in California, and I don't mean like 10 miles in from the coast, you're right on the coast, driving on the beach or living right there where the salt air comes in every night. They'll rust all around the window frames
Oh
and on the top
yeah.
and the drain, the what do they call them? Drip rails and all that. That's where they rust. And the dew will run down the windshield and it'll rust all where the windshield seats into its frame. And those cars are never good.
You could find one, but you just basically have to have your eyes open for an opportunity. You're like, oh, there's something cool that I could mix with that other thing over there. You know.
Yeah, and the Buick Special was like had like a Chevelle top on it. No windows up there, and the
Drip rails, yeah. The
yeah,
drip rails on my Dart
yeah,
need fixed. Did you
yeah,
notice
no,
that the
and the whatever it was, Sport Wagon does have that. What's that now? The drip rails on which car?
my Dart?
Oh, is it bad?
I got to chisel out all the old
Oh, the goo that's down in there, a seam
and put
sealer,
some
whatever's in there.
puts fresh seam sealer in there because that's why I have rust spotting in my headliner because those drip rails are all cracked.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots to do.
I had a Vega that used to rain on my feet, and the reason is it came from the coast, and the salt air had gotten down in the windshield, and
Oh
just
man.
where the windshield seats in that, it's a thing like this, so the windshield seats in there, that was rusted out, and it just, as soon as it rained, it's just pouring on your feet. I had a Chevelle that also dripped down there, same thing.
I know it's like an enormous land yacht. I'm sure when it was new, they were like, "This is garbage."
What's that?
Just that big car. Mexican spec says, "Who knew the wagon would ever be worth anything?"
Yeah, and
But you know,
that's a midsize. That's a size like a Chevelle. It's an
geez.
A body. And the salt's in the air, it rusts everywhere. Yep. Well, and the salt's in the air, it really doesn't get the bottom side of the car like nothing like it does back east in the northeast. But man, it gets everywhere. It gets like underneath the chrome strips and gets around the door handles. And drip rails really get it. The chrome around the windows get it. Right underneath the chrome. It's really annoying. Let's see what else I have here that's show and tell. Oh, that one's not what I want to show. Clothes.
A
Uh,
4.1 just sounds like it would be hot garbage. I don't know why that is. He said a
a
4.1 liter
4.1.
engine was hot garbage.
Oh, that was in the Cadillacs. You know what
Oh, 85 DeVille.
what happened with the
Oh,
Cadillacs is that it was aluminum. It was the blocks were porous. Is one of the problems. Blocks were kind of porous, so you get coolant into the oil, and they do it right away. So what GM did was they had these chunks of bars leak like stuff, these round things that just fit right in where the
why didn't
radiator
they
cap was.
fix that right
And
away?
the recall was you get a bag full of these pills and you put these giant pills in the radiator. And
What?
that's how you fixed it. And I hated it. I hated those cars because GM's fix wasn't good enough, and then customer bring you a car, and yeah, the only thing you can do is make excuses, for their mess up. I hated those engines. I'm sorry. Uh, I just did.
Don't be like that.
What's
What's
that?
that car with the wings?
I don't know. Some
Concept car?
comes concept car.
Yeah.
I
You
like
think those wings would be safe? I see the stuff about the Cybertruck. I can't even believe that's a production vehicle. It doesn't even look like a good kit.
my only big complaint about the Cybertruck is the fenders on cars and trucks and everything. They come over and then they roll on. They got a flange on them, so they're rolled under. So it's a rolled edge. It's not sharp. The Cybertruck, those panels, they're just sheets of stainless that just stop. And I've seen people come along with paper and cut them, or they've cut their finger on them. Well, if you can cut your finger on them accidentally walking around the truck, bumping it, can you imagine what happens if you hit a pedestrian going 10 miles an hour or something? Is it going to cut them in half? I don't know. I think if any other manufacturer built something like that, they'd be in hot water with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration for building something that was so lethal to pedestrians. I'm amazed they are allowed to produce that
Yeah,
like
regular
that.
car companies know better than to build dumb stuff like
Well,
that
it's
Cybertruck.
they've been forced not to do that because
It is fast though.
oh my
It's
god,
really fast.
there's some really cool stuff about it. It's the fly-by-wire or drive-by-wire steering. I don't know what kind of backup systems it has, but I mean it'd probably be fun to drive.
It's really fast. And I guess the truck has like lift capabilities for off-road use. I don't know. There's some crazy features.
Yeah, it's a huge scam, really. Yeah, it's too bad. I don't know. I wish it had come around differently than it did. It just sad. Came around as a scam.
Yeah.
What is this thing? Oh, here's one. This is a car I want to show. This is older than any of us in here. Of course, I say that, and then there probably will be somebody.
Some will be like, I'm 110 years old.
Well, there might be somebody that's born then, but probably not that was driving then. That's a 1949 Buick. Sorry, guys. I do live from 8:30 to 10. I wasn't here to see you talk about my. Oh, I didn't know you did that. Um,
Somebody throw up a link
throw
to
up.
Rob's Rods and Street Cars. He comes in and supports our stream. Thank you for doing that, Rob. Yeah, and if you haven't ever watched his content, then check him out. We don't mind if you bounce in and out of different streams. Go over there and see what he's doing. We're all just trying to enjoy. Sometimes you don't want to hear about Loctite, and you want to go see what Rob's talking about over on his channel. So,
Spec says I prefer the 1950 model. Those teeth are cool. Yeah, me too. I really prefer the 50.
oh, you don't have a picture of the front of that car?
No, I don't have a picture in front of it, but that's a sedanette. Ari says, Buff, you guys got to go test drive a Rivian. Here's the problem with that is I've seen two Rivian trucks go by the other way, and then the other day I did a little short on one. There was the wagon, whatever's that called, the SUV, and it pulled away from us pretty quickly. And I don't even know where to go find one other than the couple I've seen.
We'll look it up. We'll investigate. Maybe we'll go see a Rivian. Why not?
I mean, yeah, I mean, look at our.
We should get all dressed up.
They probably think I can afford it.
We'll get all dressed up real nice. We'll go in the nicest vehicle we'll have, and we'll say, we heard that these Rivians are really nice stuff, and we'd like to test drive one. We'll see how they treat us. That'll treat us nice.
There you go. There you go. That's Rob's Rods. So the link is in here. What's the other one? Oh, they're both there. Oh wait, is that the same thing? Don't know.
Yeah, Mexican Spec and Ari both did it at the same moment.
But they look like different links. That's why. But it may go to the same place.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Okay.
Thank you guys for throwing up links. Also, check out Ari. Ari does a live stream frequently after the Tony on Sunday nights. So subscribe and check him out, or check him out and subscribe if you enjoy it. And then Mexican Spec, you can find Mexican Spec on YouTube and on Instagram. And we usually give them a better shout
Oh,
out. We've been busy tonight.
he says they have a Rivian Space. They call it a Space rather than dealership. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. There's probably some difference
Oh, in
in
Nashville.
Nashville. So went through Nashville a couple of days ago. We went down to see Dr.
We ought
Art
to meet Dr. Art at the
at
Rivian
the
and make
Rivian place, and
take
I'll
it
go drive it.
all go drive it, do our review.
So yeah, we're gonna do a YouTube
Do
review.
people do that anymore?
There's somebody said, who was it, Barrows? I see an Edsel influence. You know, the Rivian, it's got a really different look from the front end. The lights, those vertical ovals, and there's something about it that I really like. I think it's a cool looking truck, but I don't know, that's probably something that some people like, some people don't.
I like those little louvers on the front fender, like on the
Oh,
side of the front fender. Those are kind of
I'm
cool.
not sure what that is. And I like the Edsel. Yeah, maybe because of those vertical lights, it reminds you of the when I was a kid, they had a name for Edsels that was, now they don't ever say that. They say it's a horse collar. Well, when I was a kid and those cars were brand new, everybody called it a toilet seat. So yeah, here comes another toilet seat down the road. so that big vertical oval grill, I don't know what Ford was thinking when they did that. I guess somebody liked it. The the 1960 Edsel, I think, was a nice looking car. And then the Comets, the Mercury Comets, what became the Mercury Comet, that was supposed to be an Edsel small car, but Edsel was gone. They gave it to Mercury, but it was supposed to be an Edsel. Um, let's see, that's right. I forget. Three holes is a six cylinder. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, the four holes is the Buicks used to call them three holers or four holers. It sounded like it was that was the same slang they used for outhouses, three holers or four holers. so that was the
That's a high performance
that was
outhouse.
the joke when I was kids. Is, do you have a three holer or four holer? And they're basically calling the car an outhouse. Uh, okay, you're gonna have to scroll back a little bit
Oh,
because it's going so quickly. I can't see, and it's important stuff I want to cover. Oh, 4 Zeta. Okay, Buff, tell them you have an insider, so you just hand over. Oh, okay, an insider. Yeah, that'd be Ari.
I'll read. Ari says, I think you'd really like it. Once you get past the political aspect of it being an EV, you kind of just appreciate it for being a cool gadget.
Well, see, and
I believe that you would.
that's what I like about the electric cars, the ones that probably the Teslas and the Rivians, because they're companies that were set up to do that, and they have some passion about it. They weren't like a company that was already there and got forced into taking their trucks and that were gasoline powered trucks or diesel powered trucks and cramming electric stuff in it and didn't work out very well. You
Yeah.
know, so yeah, I mean, I have appreciation for it. I don't think it's the right vehicle for me. Well, it isn't because it's way too expensive. I could never afford a new car again.
Yeah, we're not in a position to buy a new car. I think it would be easier to really judge it based on its
Yeah, I just have,
merit if you were able to like we're stuck buying 10-year, 20-year-old cars for the rest of our lives maybe. So like to consider what we're thinking about like down the road. Like
it sounds like a direct competitor to Viagra. Oh, did you take your Rivian?
ask your doctor if Rivian is right for you. Okay. No, they were always inline eights, but the special had three and the
Okay.
Super Roadmaster had the four. That
Okay,
makes
wait a
it,
minute.
I
Where's
think,
this? Oh, they were
Mexican spec.
always in line eights.
He's talking
Okay,
about
because
these
that's, oh
cars.
yeah, because I
And
remember
these
Buick.
little things up.
But the special had the three and the super had the four. Yeah, I didn't know what the significance of it. Okay, so it's the
Ah,
special and the super, and the Roadmaster had the four. Yeah, I remember when I was a little kid though, they were calling them three holers and four holers because it was a joke. Sorry, I forgot to take my Rivian. Yeah, I didn't take my Rivian on time. Uh, let's see.
If
Yeah, I'd be really interested. I think it'd be fun to drive a Rivian, of
if the
course.
effects of your Rivian last for more than 3 hours, seek medical emergency help immediately.
So, when I was out in Yuma working for a defense contractor, sometimes I drive out there, but a lot of times I fly out there, or my car was the other end of the country, and I was in rental cars, and they were a lot of times they were mini leases that were like a month or 2 months, and I really got to know a new car real well, and then I get swapped into something else, and that was fun because I couldn't afford new cars, but I got to drive a lot of them, and had there been an electric one, yeah, I would have enjoyed it. Lucid is one sweet looking EV. Was Lucid going, or have they had problems? I don't even know. But I can buy a house for what they want. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And what's his name? The one I like the looks of the car, but he's a terrible businessman. The one we were just talking about.
Oh, the one that he put built the
Fisker.
Fisker.
Fisker. I mean, I think the original Fisker Karma was a great looking car, but it was and that wasn't even a full EV. It was had a gas engine in it that charged batteries. It was not it did not drive the wheels. The only way the wheels were driven was electric. But he's lost his. It's just terrible business. He loses his ass everything he does.
What about
But
rental?
he's quite a designer.
I guess they're all right.
Um, well, he did the designs on the Aston Martin, all the late model Aston Martins and everything. The guy's pretty good, but not a good businessman. Obviously, he's lost his tail
What
on
about
everything.
rental cars? Do any of the rental car companies rent Rivians?
Don't know. The only
That might be a good way to
I
experience
know,
a Rivian.
I know that what's the bright yellow rental car company?
I don't know. Probably Enterprise.
No, that's green. I don't know. Somebody will come up with it
Why does it know it has to be?
because they have Teslas,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and
I've never been in a No, my friend had a Tesla. We were riding in a Tesla. It was really fast.
so anyway,
So out of my league.
that was Hertz. Hertz was renting Teslas, and somebody rented a Tesla, and they charged the battery all the way up, drove it in there, and it was like 97% when they turned the car in. And when they picked it up, it was 97%. But you charge it up, you're going to use a little bit getting back to the airport. Yep, Hertz. So then when you take a rental car back, you're supposed to fill it up with gas. And if you don't fill it up with gas, they fill it up with gas and they charge about 8, 10, $12 a gallon, some ridiculous thing. But you agree to that when you sign that you're going to fill it up before you bring it back. And so what they had done to the people that had rented Teslas was on their credit card, they dinged them for like 20 gallons of gas at $10 a gallon. And they were electric cars. They charged them up. And then uh, Hertz argued with them. They didn't refund the money. So it turned into a big old lawsuit. So, yeah, there's a great one. So I know they were renting
There's still
Teslas.
some bumps to be ironed out of that
Oh my
road.
God. I can't believe they even did that. I
Because you
forget
would
it's
think that
Fisker
it
or
would be
Lucy.
really easy to document, look at what the thing is, and then that they would never be able to do that to you.
Oh, Fisker's gone. Fisker's done. And Rich Rebuilds has one up there. Has a Fisker, whatever the newest SUV is, and they got it for next to nothing compared to what it only had 2,000 miles on it, and they paid like I don't know what it was, 12% or whatever the first owner had just bought it for. Uh, so you know, check out Rich Rebuilds and see all the trouble they had just trying to get that thing in the building. It's almost funny. It's a good video. Uh, I see the Look TV market getting hurt. Lewison coming. There's base stuff. Henry Ford mindset will prevail. Yeah, if there's base stuff, I don't know what. I don't know. Well, we've had that discussion here at the house. Is it's not just the electric cars, it's the pickups, it's everything is high dollar stuff that most people can't afford, and money's hard to get now. So I don't know how they're gonna. Hearst got their customers arrested and thrown in jail over rental cars which should have been reported stolen. Oh yeah, um, yeah, that happened too. And after that, then the electric car not being filled up with gas happened. I mean, Hertz is they got some problems. I would love to be in the courtroom to hear the Hertz case where they charge gas on. Yeah, and well, the sad part about that is the person or people that had that, they got to pay an attorney to go deal with this, and it gets really
They'll
expensive for them.
settle out of court.
And and the guy that covered it real well was Leto's Law.
Yeah, he watches
Late
Leto's Law.
Leto's Law is a big channel, and I got an itch, so I'm sorry,
Sometimes it's interesting. I like when he
but
follows up on cases that have
but late
ended and he have like a ruling.
but it was Leto's Law that's followed up on the Hertz cases, which were um, the stolen rental cars that weren't stolen, and the uh, the electric cars not being full of gas, and all this nonsense. You know, let's see. Yeah, I mean, the judge ought to throw that out immediately before the end. That's going to be trouble for him. I mean, can you imagine being the attorney for Hertz and you're supposed to defend the company for this? That's going to get settled out of court. It should never end up in court. It should be a phone call. Hey, I didn't put gas in your electric car. What'd you expect? That should be the end of
Are
it.
you a moderator in his stream too, Mexican Spec? You're everywhere.
Where's this? Where's this?
He says he watches Leto.
Oh yeah. Leto doesn't have moderators, I don't think. He has one. Leto does a live every week, but I don't watch it because its timing isn't good for me. Uh, yeah, let's see here. Pass your car on the. Yeah, every time I turn on a live, there's this Mexican Spec is the moderator. It's pretty cool. It's like I know him. He does a live on Sundays. It's interesting to get his take on things. Yeah, I don't watch his live just because the timing isn't good for me. Uh, his lives are cool when I'm inside. Okay, so you guys do watch Leto's Law. Yeah, Steve Leto's a pretty cool guy, and he's a car guy. He's written books about cars, and he used to be a writer for Jalopnik. He's a car guy. He's got a one of these Cobras, brand new Cobra. It's a replica car, and he's got a Dodge Viper. Yeah, one of those kind of guys. All this electric call makes me want to listen to Rush's. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I've only rented Nissans from Hertz. I got to the point where I was avoiding Hertz. Well, I didn't really avoid Hertz. The company I worked for was not dealing with Hertz anymore. They were dealing with a different company, so I just wasn't renting from Hertz anymore. I rented from Avis for years, and then what's the green one? I just call it the green one. Um, oh, there, you're gonna bring that thing up.
Is that a song, maybe?
Is that a oh, IMBD? That's actors and actresses and stuff. Yeah, um, yeah, Dan, he has a bright blue Cobra that's a replica car. That's a pretty cool car. Um, He's a super mod, faster than a speeding troll, and can leap spam in a single bound. You rock, man. Thunder is starting up here. Man, you're
Whoa.
like in Southwest Ohio. Is gonna have. Man, let me see. Let me see what's there. I gotta look at my. Forget where you are, Dan. Yeah, Southwest Ohio, I think.
Oh, I'll look it up.
I'm gonna look at my radar, see what it looks like. Uh, okay, there we are. Shrink this down. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. Yeah, I can see a big old line of shit going through there.
Oh, you said words.
I'm sorry. Big old line of red thunderstorms going through about where he is. Cincinnati. Also still digging this Dove Gray Buick. Oh yeah, I left the Buick up there. Oh, but she put something else up in top. Yeah, I kind of like that old Buick. Song about when cars are outlawed. And he finds an Italian sports car in his uncle's garage, I see. And that yellow Z06.
Where? What? Oh, over here.
What's that? What's that?
Weather.
Oh, I don't know what you're doing. Oh yeah, there you are. This is what Danny Boyd's is. That's what he's experiencing right now.
Oh yeah.
There he is. I don't know exactly where he is, but it's covered by that.
I don't know if that was over there, but
Here we are. You come on our live and you get your local weather.
now with the weather.
God.
Danny Boyd with the weather outside. It's what? Wow, that looks like a pretty red. That's a big red spot. I'll bet you they have like tornadoes or something on that line. I'm gonna put it in
Can I
motion.
tell a rental car story?
Yeah, I'm just gonna let this run in motion. Go ahead.
I was working in Yuma, Arizona, and they'd fly me out to Phoenix, and I'd pick up a rental car in Phoenix and drive it to Yuma. So I picked up uh, Jesus, a Pontiac SUV. What was that thing called?
Aztec or
No.
oh
Yeah, I can't think of
man.
what it was. Some SUV. I drove it down to Yuma, and I drove it around, and I drove it to California, and then Christmas time came along. I didn't have a way to get back here to Tennessee, so I drove it to Tennessee, and then I drove it back, and I was driving out the test site every day, and I was supposed to have it for 30 days. Well, 30 days, I took it back, and the woman's checking me in, and she scans the VIN, and then she looks inside at the mileage. She writes it, and not an Aztec, it's some other thing. It's the same as no, that's a van. It's an SUV. It's the same thing as an Equinox. Same thing as a Chevrolet Equinox, except the Pontiac version. So she looks in there and she gets the mileage and she goes, wait a minute. She goes, something's wrong. It says you got 11,000 miles on this. And she goes, that can't be right. And I'm thinking, yeah, it probably is. I'd had it for a month. And she looks back in and she goes, yeah, it's a Torrent. It was a Pontiac Torrent. So I go, yeah, I did put
She
11,000
was
miles on.
mad.
And she goes, you can't do that. She takes this bunch of papers and get out of the car and she hands it. She goes, you got to go upstairs. And I think, and it was an unlimited mileage rental, but I'm thinking, yeah, I probably overdid it. So I went upstairs and there's a woman up there who I dealt with before. And she looks at it. She just looks at it. She laughs. She goes, you're not in any trouble. She goes, it's unlimited mileage. She goes, she just didn't want to do the paperwork. And she finished up the paperwork. She goes, you're not in any trouble at all. And I'm thinking, man, they didn't make any money on me. I put 11,000 miles on a vehicle in a month. And they just charged me the normal
Yeah,
rate.
but the daily rate on a monthly rental on a unlimited mileage is probably exorbitant.
I don't know, the company paid for it. But they didn't, if I'd driven that car 10 miles, it wouldn't have been any different than if I drove it 11,000. I thought it was kind
Well,
of
I
funny.
mean, they could have got away a lot cheaper than
I'd never done that with anything
you
else.
didn't hurt that car a
But
bit.
But I drove that Torrent 11,000 miles in a month, and I got to know that car real well. And there were things I liked, things I didn't like. But that was some years ago. Obviously, it was
Oh,
a
I should
Torrent.
bring a picture of a torrent, shouldn't I?
I yeah. Let's see. It was a 2008 Torrent, I think.
Are you
Oh,
going to talk about it more?
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to see it. I don't know. It's just a stupid little van like thing, or not a van, like a little SUV like thing. Yeah, there it is. It's silver. It's just like the one on the.
This one?
Yeah, it's exactly like that. In fact, what's kind of funny is the house they rented us a house and a whole bunch of us live in this house in Yuma. And if you find that house, you'll see a Torrent looks just like that sitting out front on the Google Images or Google Street View. And when I look at that house, I go, that's when I had the Torrent. Uh, yeah, the solar, it does change the EV. Still,
Takes a lot of solar to charge an EV.
I know a guy up in Ohio that he ended up with a car that I owned that was electric. It was an old car that had uh, lead acid batteries in it. It was good for about 50 miles. But anyway, he also has a little Honda car that he converted to electric. But what's cool about him, he's a hobbyist. So he built like a lean-to thing next to his garage. It's all covered with solar collectors. So he pulls those cars in there and he plugs them in. And they sit there for a few days and he drives them around. He never plugs them into the grid. They're solar powered cars. I think that's pretty cool. But, you're not going to go very far with them. You can go to the store and back. But they're solar powered cars. Pretty cool. I used to be able to see that Florence Yaw water tower from tall buildings. Florence, I remember that. Where is that? Florence Yaw. I know that tower. Where is that? I've seen it like 100 times. I don't know where it is. It's along an interstate somewhere. He'll obligated to smash the car into the wall. In case I don't know what that is. I would never buy one of those. Crossovers and SUVs seem to have a lot of questionable naming choices. Torrent. Grand Prix was a 1984 model, by the way.
When you're
What?
reading comments, you have to read them out loud because not
Okay.
everybody can see
I'm
them.
I'm just okay. You need to read them.
Well,
Sometimes I use taco seasonings, black beans, and just tomato paste to be different. I don't even know what that's about. Household solar can do for your errands. Yeah,
yeah, for just running errands, you probably might. I don't know. It depends on where you live, how much sun you get, how many solar panels you have. There's a lot
there's
of variables.
and I always talk about the Fisker being a car that I like the design of it. The Fisker, the roof is all solar panels, but they power the air conditioning and the heating in the car. And what it does when you park your car, if it's real hot, when you come back, that car's cool inside because the air conditioner's running off those solar panels. I think that's really cool. But those solar panels don't charge the batteries that run the car. They take care of the interior. That's a pretty cool idea. But if you missed my rental car story, yeah, I probably did.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll go back. Is it okay if I go back
Yeah,
and
yeah,
read
and
it?
then we got to come back to this
Okay,
pretty quick.
Mexican spec, the Grand Prix with an 84 model.
Go back.
I drove a 84 Pontiac Grand Prix from Vegas to LA. I got as far as Victorville. Car overheated at night. I rented a car and they forced the insurance on me. I don't know what to be continued.
To be
okay?
continued, yeah.
I told them I feel obligated to smash the car into a wall in that case.
Oh, geez.
I would never buy one of those. An 84 Grand Prix? Yeah.
They're probably impressed with you.
Yeah.
If I make an EV, it'll be a little parts and SIGS runner. My second radiator shop, there's a guy that I worked with a lot. He didn't work there, but he worked in another shop, so we knew each other. And he had these little electric mini bikes, and they had two 12-volt batteries on them. And they go about 25 miles an hour, and they were really fun. And they'd go for a little bit, and then you plug them in and charge them. So we crammed another battery in there. So instead of 24 volts, they were 36 volts. Man, that made them go faster. So we ride around, chase each other around, race them and everything. But we burned up the commutators and the motors. So, but they were good for like run to the store and back. Just don't get caught. No license plates on them. In California, we were just young and stupid. But that was fun.
I gotta say, okay, so this is part one of my takes on this whole thing with economy cars and electric cars and gasoline cars. If they want you to use an electric car that has range limitations and da 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 da, they should be offering you incentives to have more than one vehicle. Like, there's people who buy the big truck because they might have to tow a couple times a year. And so they're driving this big, heavy truck around all the time because it's way too expensive to have a little car and a big truck and just drive the little car. Because you have to pay twice for a whole bunch of things, even though you can only drive one or the other at a time. There should be a discount. You should get some kind of incentive for having two vehicles for two separate purposes so that you're not running the big vehicle all the time. And it's not. It's not incentivized at all. It's punished brutally if you have another vehicle. You pay all extra insurance as if somehow you're driving them both at the same
That's
time.
something I never understood. I don't drive one at a time. Why do I have to pay all this
Two
insurance for
insurances.
two of them?
Yeah, like the the
Don't
coverage for the
insure the
big vehicle should actually just blanket coverage your little
don't
vehicle.
insure the car. Insure me. I'm the only one driving it.
There ought to be something.
No, it's insurance companies are. Don't even get me started on
They're
insurance companies.
destroying everybody by making it more expensive to be economical.
I'm on Social Security, so there's so much money. I get it, and I pay my bills the day I get paid, and there's very little left afterwards, like enough to go buy a little food. But the biggest expense I have, the helicopters, the biggest expense I have every month is insurance. Drives me nuts. It's like, why is my insurance so much? And then when I have a claim, they weasel their way out of it, you know?
Oh, bad,
I've
bad
got going right
experiences.
now. I haven't told you about the, it's
Oh,
medical stuff.
oh,
So
we better not.
Medicare covers 80%, insurance covers 20%. Okay, I should be covered. So I go to the doctor. The bill is like $380. Medicare covered $30, insurance covered $3. So now they want the rest of the $380 from me. It's like, wait a minute. What did I buy this insurance for?
You probably have to make a couple phone calls and probably get worked out. Try not to get too
Well, I
upset.
just got that notice, and it's like,
They're
well,
tell them to resubmit. It's not good. Okay, we're losing the chat.
yep.
Um, when you rent a car, use a card to the low limit so the rental company can't steal money from you. Gosh, it's stupid that you have to do that, but it kind of sounds like good advice.
The one credit card I still use has a low limit, and that's why I have the credit card for
Rental,
rentals, but I don't rent cars anymore. And
emergency
and
gas or stuff like that.
maybe, but a hotel reservation because you just about can't make it without
Oh yeah, you need a card.
need a card. But
Heater
then
is
I don't. But then I don't pay for the hotel
yeah.
with that card. I use
The,
a debit card or something.
the heater's a killer for EVs, and you kind of need it. Yeah, you do kind of need heat, and heat, electric heat it's a big draw. I know because we heat the house here with electric, and it uses a lot of electricity. Um,
Oh, this winter we're not heating with. Yeah, you know what we're gonna do.
defrost on the grid power. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see. Barrow Mexican Sex says Barrows garage. I asked my wife how an electric car would have worked on our trip back. It was raining the whole way, and we had the defroster on for hours, plus the lights and wipers. It was 5 hours. You just had to plan for stops. That's the only way you can make that work.
Yeah, it would have been longer than 5 hours. It would
Um,
have been a whole bunch of hour long drives.
at least on a credit card, you can dispute bogus charges sometimes. Danny Boyd,
Hey,
yeah.
I want to ask next inspect something. Electricity costs in Mexico. Is it subsidized or is it really expensive? Just curious if you can slip that in somewhere. Um, let's see here, because he's lived in both countries. He'll know the difference. Um, let's see, an electric heater is basically a direct short to the element. Oh man, tell
Big
me
draw,
about it.
yeah.
Yeah, last winter we had $500 heating bills. It's just in a house that we had blocked off rooms in it, just heating a small part of the house. Not doing that this year. We'll go sit in a car with a heater running. I haven't told you that yet. Let's just let the house freeze.
I don't want to have to do that. We'll
Uh,
see. We'll make it work. We always figure out a way. A lot of combining a leaf and a truck or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And sometimes you have to just downsize your expectations. You're like, well, I'm not getting the truck because it's going to cost me too much, and I'll just rent a truck or whatever. It's not easy.
think I'm gonna get under my truck and fix my exhaust tomorrow.
Be
Oh,
careful, Danny
yeah,
Boyd.
yeah,
Take it
yeah.
easy.
Well, hopefully
Little at
under
a
your
time.
truck you don't even have to jack it up because it's a pickup.
That's the nice thing about trucks is usually if it's not a lower truck, it's easier to get under there to work on. If
Um,
they can't get their hands on the money in the first place, you have the power. Yes, Mexican spec, that is good. You want that leverage if you're in a situation where someone's trying to abuse you financially. Let's see. Privatized insurance is mostly paying them to compete with each other about providing you. Oh man, don't get
don't
us
get me started.
started.
Don't get me
Yeah,
started.
it's thinking like
Um,
an attorney. I agree, Mexican spec. That is thinking like an attorney. It's also thinking smart. Uh,
Steering wheels.
You don't have to
So,
heat the whole cabin. Well,
yeah,
you
well,
have to
until you
heat
until
the.
you get you wait a minute now. You lived in Massachusetts. You know how cold it gets. I mean, yeah, you have heated seats and steering wheels and stuff, but man, I mean, you got to breathe that air.
Well, maybe
It
not
might
even
get
that.
warm. Might get warm
If
after
you're
a while.
breathing the insides of the windows wants to fog up, and if there's ice on the roads, then you have to heat the glass so that you can keep it clean. They can be tough in the
The
wintertime.
trip back, I've never had such problem finding gasoline. There were stretches where there wasn't gas station for 100 kilometers. Oh
Wow.
yeah, I mean that's like Arizona,
Oh, but I'm sure there's
Texas,
EV chargers every 50 bucks.
West Texas like that. Yeah, 100 miles in a couple places.
We're not going to read that. Uh, in the summer, it's subsidized. That's got to be Mexican money. Yes, electric heat is expensive.
Wait a minute. Yes, in the summer it is subsidized. Oh man, it went away.
Ari says the Chevy I want is 60 grand. Ari, oh, a 2500 heavy duty? Brand new one. I would have thought you wanted a Rivian. Everybody has their air on if they have it. Oh, I'm sure. With it being 100 degrees, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it was a
hot.
hundred. It was 100 here yesterday. They changed the backup. I bravely changed a backup lamp bulb out there.
That's right. Short spurts. You can do small tasks when it's that hot. 60K for a 2500. I mean, they're really nice trucks, but you better get some use. Okay, so how you pay for a 2500 that costs 60K is you have a business and it goes to work every day and your business makes money every day and then they write that expense down out of their profits and it kind of becomes a wash. The business pays for the truck. You don't an individual, I don't know how you ever pay 60K for a truck like that. It's a commercial vehicle. The only people who can really afford it is people who are going to use it for commercial purposes. An individual, if you need a 2500, I feel for you. That's a tough sell.
Says the bravest person he ever saw was a guy in a Tesla on I-80, headed east out of Rock Springs, Wyoming. It's 8 hours to Cheyenne. Little nothing. Maybe he had a guy with a generator fall on him.
Yeah,
That'll make it efficient.
you need a gasoline range
I saw
extender.
they had these things that look like tow trucks, but they got a big ass generator on the back of them, and they go out and rescue people in Teslas so they can plug in and they charge your
You
batteries
got to
out on the
pull it
road.
a a good
Don't
a
make your
little
trips.
trailer with a good sized generator on there, and that's your range extender. You battery gets low, you just stop and pull the rope,
I never
start it
had
up.
those people at luxury home out of their cars. Actually drive with windows down unless it's wet coming down. Yeah, it depends on where you live. You know, if you're in Arizona, you're gonna run the AC because it's 120. It's a little toasty out there. Although with humidity down, if in the evening, a lot of times I did run with windows down because it was nice. It'd be 100 degrees in the evening. It was very comfortable with no sun on you. 20 HD new is more than uh, Danny Boyd. Wow, about something. Uh, right, Kim. It is a tax write-off. Yeah, you got to have it though to write it off. Uh, regular 2,500 is well, and it depends if it's a write-off. There's a bunch of laws about that, about how you amortize it over so many years
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all
you got to
that.
have it.
Or if it's a lease, it's 100% write it off, but then you don't have a vehicle at the end.
But I mean, you already got to be in business, making money, and have an accountant to make sure that all goes through, and then it's no
And
big deal.
you got to make enough to lease the vehicle.
Yes, you do.
So with electrics, remember that heat isn't free. Heat your body, not the cabin. I know it's nice to say all that, but you breathe and the windows steam up instantly. I wish they'd put some wires in the front windows like they do in the back. I guess some cars they have, but I wish they'd put wires all along the bottom of the windshield where the wipers seat. Because when you're up in the Northeast, you get all this snow and ice packed down there and starts breaking the wipers, and it's a problem because the wipers can't go all the way down and seat in their
I mean,
position.
people in the northern climates where they get a lot of precipitation and snow and stuff like that, EVs are not going to be practical for that use. But in the summertime, they might be great. So there should be some incentive for you to have an EV that you're going to park in your garage for most of the winter, and you're going to use some old beater gasoline car because it makes sense. And the government has to stop looking at everything from the perspective of where they live and what they do. Like there has to be sensible ideas that work for people in different places. The other thing about EVs, I lived in Pittsburgh and there's a lot of hills. And let me tell you, you're going to burn out your battery by the end of the day. Some places you live or some work that you need to do where you got to run it. Taxis. You can't make taxis EVs. They have to run constantly. You can't force those people to run EVs. A gasoline vehicle just makes more sense for that use. Shouldn't punish those people for doing work that needs done. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
We're talking out the chat hard.
yeah, I know, and I've just did like 40 chats went by that I can't even comment on them. I'm sorry, I missed so many of them. I wanted to say something. No factory heater. Yeah, the Jeep we have there, it has AC, but I haven't fixed it, so we run around the windows down. And after you're in it for 5 minutes, you forget, and you
Yeah, it
forget that
depends on what we're doing.
you forget you don't have air, and you just drive, and it's
Yeah, if
okay.
we're just making an errand. But if we were going out someplace nice and we were both dressed nice and the heat, we'd be all sweaty getting someplace and we were like going to socialize with people, we would take something that had working AC.
But we could fix the AC in that Jeep. But
Yeah.
Power Tour, when we drove way down there and parked somewhere and did all that video work and came back up, I didn't even notice it. I mean, it was a hot day and we weren't even paying attention. We just had the windows down. It was fine. And that's how I used to do anything. Back in the 70s, my 64 Ford didn't know AC, just windows down. And the 63 Plymouth I had, or it was my brother's that I drove a lot, it did not have a post. It was a hardtop, so all four windows down all the time. It looked cool. It was fine. I liked having all those windows down. Uh, get a heater delete. The only place I saw heater deletes in the U.S. was in Hawaii. A lot of cars in Hawaii without heaters. You can run an EV as a taxi, but the taxi company has to buy 3 times the car, so one goes. Yeah, I agree with versatility
Mexican
points.
spec, it's the same with like law enforcement or emergency vehicles. Like you don't want vehicles that are essential services. The water company can't drive an EV truck because like they have to go until it's done. They can't stop because they need to charge. They need to continue to move forward with it, and they need access to almost instantaneous refueling. And so in some places it really makes sense to stay with liquid fuels because of the ease of fueling, and people need to recognize that there's a time and a place for everything, and they can work together. It doesn't have to be, I don't know.
I'm trying to read some of this. It's going by pretty
I
fast.
know.
Don't think you could get a heater delete in the U.S. It was common in Mexico. Yeah, like I said, the only place I saw heater deletes was in Hawaii, and that's been a while. That the cars today, it's such a integral part of the car. You may not even be able to have that happen in Hawaii anymore. Um, and I bet in Hawaii they have heaters and air conditioners now, because especially with all the people from the mainland going over there and renting cars, because they're people from here are spoiled. They're not going to put up with cars without AC. Um, let's see here. I went to Guadalajara and to buy a dark red carry-all 2 hours before my appointment. They sold it. Oh no! Oh no! Country Squires. Someday I'm going to take a Country Squire and I'm going to put plastic bricks down the side instead of the wood. You're just going like, because you know how crazy I am. Or you didn't absorb what I
No,
said.
you would do it.
Uh, it was a country sedan, no fake wood. Yeah, we had a country sedan we grew up with. My father bought a 56 Ford country sedan new, and my uncle bought the Mercury version, but his had the phony baloney wood down the side, but it was a 56 Mercury. And they were really, it's kind of funny. They were both pretty nice cars and both very similar. The Mercury's then had a different look to them than the Ford. Like in later years, they didn't. You look like you just ran out of gas, Kim.
No, I'm okay.
We used to build brush rigs for fire department. Field fire would use it. F-450 utility trucks, but it took an act of Congress to get the exhaust temp delete done to them. Ooh. Hey, Tavo. Oh, I bet it's like quarter after. Oh, quarter till. That's right. I knew it was quarter something.
Welcome to stream,
It's
Mr. Tavo.
9:45, so it's like beginning of his lunch down there. Man, he missed all the excitement.
If you want to see,
you have to go back and watch this one.
If you're here and you haven't already checked out Tavo's YouTube channel, he does stuff about Australian cars sometimes, and it's pretty cool to see. Just like Mexican Spec has different cars that only went to Mexico, Tavo will show you cars maybe that are only in Australia, which can be very interesting and fun. So check that out.
I gotta add some. This is really watered down now because you put ice in it and it melted.
Oh yeah, ice has that.
I just drank that and I go, what's wrong with this?
It's like why?
It's like 40% water.
Because ice is made from water.
Why don't you freeze Mountain Dew? And then we'd have Mountain Dew ice.
I'm the only one in the house that knows how to operate an ice tray. And I don't drink Diet Mountain Dew. Or else we would have Diet Mountain Dew ice cubes. I can do that for you for the future if you want.
Well, Tavo, here's the deal. Probably about an hour in, we went into a Loctite discussion.
Oh, yeah, that drove everyone away.
And Tavo got in on the Loctite discussion on the video I put up. Barely, but I really got into it and more than I should have. Just so you know what I'm drinking here. Some kind of generic, nameless, zero Coke. Cola, not Coke, cola. Saying Buff is Polish. Polish, what? How'd that come up?
I don't know. No, I didn't say it. I'm not sure.
Polish, I don't know how that came up. Polish.
There's probably something. I don't know, though.
I had an uncle that spoke Polish because he learned in the military, but he's gone. Cold War Polish guy, American speaking Polish.
I don't have any.
That's the closest I've come to Poland.
Never been there.
I've flown over it going to Russia. Maybe not. I didn't because I went to Finland. We kind of went north of Poland. And then we went to Russia. Food Lion. What about Food Lion? Food Lion. Oh, yeah, it's Food Lion. That's probably where we got it because we get the generic stuff at Food Lion or at Walmart. It's mostly those two.
Yeah, because they have the generic version is Mountain Lion.
Well, here's the deal.
The green stuff.
This size, oh yeah, it says Food Lion right on it. This size, 2 liters, was $1. So I just refill the little bottles that are like $2.50, little tiny bottles with this, because it's only $1. Well, then Food Lion went up to $1.50. I went, no more of that. And then they had 2 liters at Walmart that were $1. So we started buying them there. But now they're back down to $1 at Food Lion. So I get them in both places.
Food Lion is really convenient. It's super close.
We have a little Food Lion that's not too far from here. So, yeah, I mean, you don't even have to go into town. It's just kind of on the edge of town. So it's really convenient. But it's a small Food Lion. But it's okay. It's fine. Yeah. And, yeah. But if we make a real good run for food, we'll go way into town and go to one of the bigger stores.
Mexican Spec, I wouldn't associate the ice thing with Polish, and I probably wouldn't use that association.
What is it? I don't know what that is. Okay. Only Polish word I know is, I don't know what that is.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, it might be something bad. I better not say it.
I know. I'm going to look it up before we say it. It probably means, yeah.
You got to watch that stuff because my first year in Russian class, we were like most way through the year. So by then we knew the instructor real well. And somebody in the class asked her, she goes, can you teach us how to cuss and say bad words in Russian? And she kind of laughed and she goes,
Uh,
she goes, I grew up in
it is.
oh,
Ah, I gotta
we're not saying that
go.
word. So
No.
so her answer was, she goes, I spoke Russian at home with my parents, and she lived in Canada and she went to school, and she went to school in Quebec, so she spoke French in school. So she knew French from school and her friends, and she knew Russian from her parents. She goes, I never learned any of the bad words in Russian. So that's the answer we got. And then later she came to the US and learned English. She was quite a linguist. Uh, a little food lion.
Oh,
A
wait,
food club. What is this? What is
the,
this?
the the Food Lion is here. In Pittsburgh, it was Giant Eagle, and then in I lived in Parkersburg, West Virginia, and they had a big bear.
Scroll up a little bit because I missed something there about Kroger. What was that? I just thought,
I thought
oh,
Kroger's ate them.
Kroger. Kroger's here. They
There's a
got
Kroger's here.
there's two Krogers in Clarksville that are really good stores.
What's the other
Really,
store
really
that's?
big, good produce that I
What's
love.
the other store that where Matt goes?
It's the green one. I
Yeah,
always know the colors of the
that's all right.
stores.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's where Uncle Tony goes. Yeah, I don't know. That place is a little bit pricey, but it's good stuff. And Food Line. Well, see, the thing with Kroger is Kroger's everywhere, and in Arizona, Kroger is fries. Same thing, fries. So my little discount card for Kroger says fries on it, which I think is kind of funny. Uh, do I not know Polish jokes? Nah, we don't tell jokes like Polish jokes.
Yeah, no Polish jokes.
Uh,
I mean, you're allowed to tell them, but not. We're
I
kind
don't
of
know. I'm sure
steer away from that.
somebody probably get upset.
Yeah, no reason.
See, pierogies. Oh, pierogies is Polish, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's a
Pierogies.
place in Pittsburgh, called Pierogi Warehouse, and the old the grandmothers work in or no, the pierogi factory, something like that. And I mean, it's genuinely like these old ladies making mashed potatoes and wrapping them in pasta and shipping them out. They're so freaking good.
This is going to get
Pierogies are
away from
great.
me. Aldi. We do go to Aldi sometimes.
Oh, I liked Aldi's in Pittsburgh, but the
Publix.
Aldi's is on the other side of town here.
Publix is the place we were thinking of,
Publix,
the green
yeah.
place. And they are a bit pricey, and we go there sometimes. But
It's a really nice
we
huge
gotta.
store,
We're
so
like
the
watching
cost
the
is
money.
more.
We're watching the
Yeah,
money
we're
so
really
close.
chintzy. We
Okay,
have to go to the dumpy old store.
scroll back down. Ooh, it really went. Aldi Kroger's used to be a bunch of little pony cake markets around here back like 75 years ago. Oh, that's possible. Yeah, Kroger's is huge. And in Arizona, like I said, the fries in Arizona, grocery chain had been getting bought up. Finally, the near monopoly was stopped. But I don't know. Food Lion had survived. Yeah, Food Lion's all around this area. And then up like in like Kim said, Northeast Ohio and Western Pennsylvania is Giant Eagle, and those are big stores that are pretty nice. We have Thriftway in Ohio. I don't remember Thriftway, and of course, yeah, Winn Dixie. Winn Dixie's uh,
Oh, I
all over in
remember
Piggly.
seeing those for the first time.
There's Piggly Wiggly over on the other side of town. We got to go there
Oh, I've never been to a Piggly Wiggly.
just to go in there.
Huh.
What's the other one we go to over there that's on Fort Campbell Boulevard? That's the one I kind of like because they're cheap. It's an older store.
On Fort Campbell Boulevard?
Yeah, they're all independently owned, but I can't think of the name of them.
I don't know. When you think of it, we can talk about it.
I mean, you know the store we go in there and they have like cheap canned foods. They're like 38 cents and stuff. Um, you know the place. It's right by that big hardware store you like. Now you're really lost, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's the name of the big hardware store you like so much?
Lowe's?
You got batteries around here. Their name on the batteries.
Oh, is it Tractor? Not Tractor Supply. Rural King.
Rural King. It's in the
Oh,
same
what is
parking.
that one across the parking lot from
It's in
Rural
the
King?
same parking lot as Rural King. We had Ralph's and Lucky's in California. You Eastern and Southern people have weird, weird stores. Yeah, Ralph's. I remember Ralph's was the LA area and it kind of moved up the coast of California. And Lucky's, I remember Lucky's real well. There were Lucky's all over the place when I was young.
Did we miss One-Eyed Cat come into the stream?
Oh, we could have. Did One Eyed Cat come in?
Oh,
Oh,
Miss One-Eyed Cat right
oh,
here.
Miss One Eyed
Welcome
Cat.
to the stream. I'm sorry that we missed your entrance. You got to be more bold about it, especially when we're
Oh,
talking about grocery stores. This is serious stuff.
Danny Boyd knows everything. IGA.
I remember IGA's.
IGA's
Why?
the
Is there
IG.
one here?
It's the one that's in the Rural King parking lot.
Oh, it's in the row. Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
IGA.
because I like that place, and we go over there and we buy some things there.
Yeah.
But
That particular IGA is a much older, like, shopping center. Like the Rural King is a new store in an old shopping center. The IGA is the store's a little dumpy, but I don't think it's the chain. It's just the building.
Ralph's, I don't remember the white and blue generic labels, but I remember white generic labels with just black. And I remember they had six packs that were just white cans. It's in black. It said beer. It was just generic beer. And I remember all the generics. I used to buy all that stuff because it was cheap and it was kind of fun just to try it. But all that stuff went away. What's the one out in the west that you wouldn't know it? It's the yellow store. You guys know it out there that are out in the west. The yellow store that's got all the generic stuff and it's just big boxes of food. You go in there, it's like a warehouse of food, but it's a yellow store. I can't think of the name of that. NP at supermarkets. Ralph's was across the street from my high school, directly across the street. Independent Grocers Associate. Yeah, IGA. Um, like Via or Villa, depending on what part of the country you're in. What about the Canadian chain, the Real Superstore? Don't know. The lettering was blue though. Duh. Yeah, because that wasn't the one I went in. I remember, like in the late '60s and early '70s, there were white cans with black lettering on them. So I don't remember the blue ones, but it was probably similar. Star Market might have brought out A&P a while ago. It was a company. Uh, and then when I was out in South Dakota, there was one up there that was can't think of the name of it. Super Value. And Super Value now is still around, but I think they're just a wholesale supplies other stores. I think the Real Superstore, the yellow store. What was the yellow one? I can't think of it. It's all over the West Coast. The yellow stores, and they're big. They're just you go in there and everything's just in boxes, and you go in there and they cut the box open. You pull the stuff right off the boxes. Oh, I should know what that is. It's been 30 years since I lived out in the West. Well, no, I lived in Yuma. They had them there.
What's really weird is there are places where there's a Sam Club and a Walmart across the parking lot from each other.
Oh, that's
I
weird,
don't
isn't it?
understand how that's successful, but they actually seem to both do really well as a result of that.
Oh,
Aren't they competitors, but they're the same company? I don't understand how that works.
why
I
can't
really
I
don't.
think of the name of the yellow store? I'm gonna have to look it up because it's gonna drive me nuts now. Um,
Okay.
you can take care of everybody while I'm being an
Okay.
idiot.
Well, they're just shouting out names of stuff that places that I've never been. Yeah, I know IGA. Pick and Save was a box store. I've never
See,
been to one of
so
those.
the
We have Sam's Club.
Eastern ones that I didn't.
I don't know Loblaws.
Um,
I've heard people say A&P, but I've never been to A&P. Myers, never been to one of those. They were saying Ralph's. I worked in an Army Navy surplus store named Ralph's when I was a kid.
oh, I'll tell you another one on the West Coast.
Tops.
Another one on the West Coast is Vaughn's. Oh, you know the place I'm thinking of, the yellow place? Food for Less. Food for Less. I don't know if Mexican Spec will remember those. Food for Less, great store, but yeah. Um, man.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, I said Food for Less.
Oh, I
Food,
remember Food.
food
For
the number
Less.
4, less.
Less, yeah.
And they were just like a big
Oh,
warehouse.
up in Pittsburgh, we had to save a lot.
So I remember there's one here, or it was here. It's closed now. You know, or the little hardware store.
Yeah.
It was right across the street from there.
Oh, well, there's a store in there now. What's the store in there now? Some
It's
furniture store
yeah, it's
now.
a furniture store
Yeah.
now. It was you go in there and they had all like giant bags of frozen food for low prices, you know. Um, yeah, Mexican Jack. Oh yes, Vaughn's. Those codes were just yeah, because Vaughn's is still there. I just looked on my old Jesus, Dan. It's always got to say something. Uh, Save lots, yep. Yeah,
Oh,
here.
because yeah, they're up in Pennsylvania, so they have Save-A-Lots.
So is
Save-A-Lots like all generic food.
Tavo still here? What do you have like big chain stores there that are like warehouses kind of thing that are pretty good? Oh, someday I'm gonna have to go to Australia.
Dr. Go is here still. He hasn't said anything in a while. We must have put him
He,
to sleep.
yeah, we're talking about all everything but cars. Oh, I had throat problems tonight. I'm sorry, people. Yeah, we still got that Buick there. That's a good car to have in our picture. I kind of like having that Buick there.
We got to start putting pictures of our cars up for the
We got
thumbnails.
all boring cars. We got like
Oh, if you
yeah,
don't
but I
love
mean
our cars, you
we've
should get
showed
different
it. We've
cars.
showed them so much, you know.
Okay, so they're not boring cars. You're just kind of used to them. We got to show them in their best light. That's the thing. Or we have to get
Are
something
my
that we feel good
comments
about.
not showing? I've made a few. Yeah, they're showing, but it was whizzing by pretty
Oh
fast, so
man,
I
was it
I
rolling?
maybe missed them. Um, but she's oh, we used to have a plain label supermarket down here. I completely missed that called Franklin's. Pretty sure it was an offshoot of an American company. Went under and was bought by a local company. Okay, so yeah, I missed that. I'm sorry, man.
And there's a
Um,
lot of that kind of stuff that goes on.
it went by pretty quickly while we were yapping about something else. Um, Save a lot is not all generic food anymore, Kim. Okay, yeah, and there is this. Oh, the Save a lot's gone. The one that was here is gone. Um, Sadly, it's next door to another store up there that's I can't think of it. They got all
That's
kinds
all
of
right.
cheap crap up there too, but it's not food.
Dr. Go, taking out time to watch the Olympics is good stuff. We're just talking about grocery stores, you know. Nobody, you could watch this some other time, or next week we'll be here. Dr. Go, which Olympic event did you watch, or was it a combination of events? I'm curious. I've been trying to watch. See. I don't really follow a lot of the sports that they're doing at
I
the
haven't
Olympics.
followed it all.
You know who I like?
S and H green stamps. I like that. Yeah, I remember those.
You know who I like who's in the memes and pictures and stuff like that? It's that guy who does the pistol shooting, and he's just like chill. He's just like because like all the younger
Um,
people, they like got like this super and they got the gun guard and all the like lenses, and he's just like got his hand in his pocket and he's like blang blang
I'm
blang.
not a
He's
fan.
like super chill.
Not a fan of Aldi and what's Lidl? LID.
Lidl.
I don't know what that is. Aldi. We like Aldi if we go in there and we want stuff from Aldi, and but we don't go in there a lot, and it's way on the other side of town. It's kind of inconvenient, but we can go over there, and but it's kind of like a special run. They don't have everything we want,
Yeah,
so we'll run in there and we'll grab things that are the prices, yeah,
yeah.
something,
They
and
sell
then we don't go
Aldi
back around.
brand stuff. So if you're looking for certain brand name things, you can't get it at Aldi's. But when I lived in Pittsburgh, there was all like three Aldi's. They were like the closest grocery stores to me, and I knew which products at Aldi's that I liked and which ones were cheaper than what I could get other places. So I really loved making my weekly Aldi run. I was there a lot. And when I came here, I really missed it because I was that was like my routine was going to Aldi's. But like they're good for the things that they're good for. I don't know. It's worth a trip. If you've never been to an Aldi, go buy some things, try them. If you don't like them, don't buy it again. But there is actually some good things at Aldi. So
S&H green stamps. I remember them well. And then out in the West, we had a competitor called Blue Chip Stamps. Same kind of deal. Did you know? Did you ever have stamps? Like you're quite a bit younger than me. You go to the store and when you buy something, you get so many stamps. They had this thing and it goes, look kind of like an old rotary dial phone, and all these stamps that come out. You had these books, and you stick the stamps in the books. And when the books were full, you'd go to a green stamp store with all these books, and you could spend them like money. So it was like a bonus you got for.
Oh yeah, that's back in the day.
And we got them at gas stations. We got them at grocery stores, uh, and they yeah, it was kind of a cool thing. You go in there and they had a store full of all kinds of crap, and you spend your stamps, you know. But I don't know,
But
they went away. Yeah, did you see the thing about the you need a thumbnail of Kim holding a sledgehammer next to the Subaru?
yeah, we got to do something with that Subaru. It's out in the front yard. It's got to go. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll blow it up or something.
1,500 meter. Oh, okay. I'm not paying attention at all to the.
Oh, Dr. Go's answering my question was what they watched.
Yeah,
1,500 meter? Is that swimming or running? Was an upset by the USA. Oh, wow. The US, that's great. And women's 200 was smoke?
I
Okay.
have not paid attention to the Olympics at all.
Interesting. It's either running or swimming. I think,
Are, are there any?
I
I
guess,
think there are some people in here that are amateur radio people. Here's a story. 19,
okay.
1960, it was a while ago. Oh man, this is going to go too fast for me to tell the story. 1960 Olympics. And it was the first year Olympics were on TV. And we had an old black and white TV in our house. And my parents are trying to watch the Olympics. And they're really into this stuff. There was a guy behind us, lived behind us at his shortwave radio. And he was an amateur, and he's on there, and you make it a call just to anybody you say into the mic, CQ, CQ, CQ. So this guy's on his amateur radio, and our TV kept going, and then you'd hear it coming over our TV, CQ, 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 and my parents are just flipping out because they're trying to watch the Olympics, and all I hear is this bozo yelling CQ. They're over there yelling over the fence to him and everything. And that's what I remember the Olympics. CQ, 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 and then being pissed off. Okay, let's see. We got two Aldis, 7 miles apart. Yeah, Aldi's I think are a bigger deal back east. I don't even know if they have them out west. They might. Aldi are spreading. Aldi's spreading all over. You know, that's a German company. Uh, Something I really like about Aldi's, and people in Mexico and Australia can tell me about their stores. Here, the cashier that's there, the worker that's checking out of the store, they're always standing up. It's a job. It's a stand-up job. In Aldi's, they sit in a chair and everything's much lower and much more relaxed. And the employee looks like they're having an easier time not having to stand all day. And I'm wondering, and that's a German thing. And I'm wondering if in Mexico or in Australia, if that's a stand-up job or a sit-down job.
That's a good
Because,
question.
okay,
Yeah.
7.3s, he knows what 7.3s are. It means like, that's like a greeting on shortwave radio. First row at Aldi is a gauntlet
It's
of carbs. Run. Oh yeah,
all the junk food. Don't, yeah.
that's the thing about Aldi's. You got to just go get what you need to get and not buy all the chips and all the
Yeah.
crap. And there's a lot of crap there.
And usually there's a row that's like a center aisle where they have all the seasonal and like knickknacks and like gadgets and all kind of. Don't buy none of that stuff. It's not that it's bad. It's just you're not there to buy that stuff. It's just extra expense that you didn't plan.
What's the best thing to get haze off my headlights? I did a video on that. Uh, you're gonna have to go back. It was probably almost a year ago. How to fix headlights quickly and make them really nice. Man, I wish I had a date or maybe you can find a link to that,
Okay.
Kim.
I will find a link
And
to
then
that.
and then uh, this one-eyed cat up there can have our
Okay.
um, can go right there because I did it all right on the video right in front of everybody, and it came out so good. Yeah, I'm asking about the cashier. Is that it? They sit at our new Aldi in Wisconsin. Yeah, Aldi's they all sit down. It's a German way, and every American store other than Aldi's, they stand up down here, even at Aldi, huh? Really? Uh,
Yeah, here in the
No,
U.S., Aldi's is the only place where
don't
they sit
use
down.
toothpaste. Don't smear that shit on your headlights. That's too
That
much
is
work.
the
That's it.
yeah, the video is inexpensive, quick fix for oxidized headlight lenses.
That's the link. And I go over how to do it inexpensively. And
Don't use normal duct tape on the finish of your
oh,
car.
I did it. I was in Oregon. I had a problem seeing where I was going. So I did it in a hotel parking lot with what I had. So I went and I bought some stuff, but I didn't have the right tape. So I taped the headlight off with duct tape. Don't use duct tape. Use like blue painter's tape or
Blue
something.
painter's tape or green
Or
painter's tape.
take the headlight out one way or the other. But
Don't use duct tape on your car. Okay. Other than that, it's a really quick, easy video that shows you how to do it.
okay, all the polishing ones, I do not agree with them. They come out well, but 6 months later they're a mess again. You do it the way I do it, it'll be 10 years before you have to do it again. I did them on my van. It was 10 years at least that they held up.
Yeah, this works on plastic. They don't need to be glass.
And there's people that don't like it. There's people that don't like it. And they're out there buffing their headlights every 6 months and spending hours and hours and hours buffing, which I guess. So you don't have to like my way. Older and big bone. There's one cashier at Walmart that sits, but that's only because she is older and big boned. That guy yesterday at Walmart. You had a conversation going with him?
Yeah.
Was he sitting down? Was he standing up?
He was standing.
Okay, because I think I've seen people at Walmart that are
Mostly
like on a stool.
standing. You know, most of our Walmart cashiers, though, they're just manning the like self checkout things.
Yeah,
Like,
they're walking.
sort of
They're
like
walking around. They're
there's
mobile.
like four. Yeah, they don't. There's like usually one or two cashiers for the whole Walmart that's actually doing checkouts for customers. All the rest are like you
Wait a
can
minute.
check out your own, and if you have a question, there's somebody over there.
She says they're plastic, not glass. Yours are glass, and they're fogged up.
No, she says they are plastic, not glass.
Oh yeah, it's the plastic ones you need to. That's mine are all about.
Yeah, the glass don't really fog a lot.
What is this? Oh, buff SMH. Shaking my head. If you buff the headlights, you're supposed to use a clear. I don't care. It is so much work to buff them, and it's so easy to do it my way, and they last so long.
It does work.
I mean, there's people that don't like it because it's not the way it was when it was brand new.
It's a great bike shed.
But you know what? It works really well, and you can see again, and they look good again. How does a cashier move a heavy bag of dog food when they're sitting down? No, the customer moves it. Customer puts it on a belt and it moves by, and the customer picks it back up. And in Aldi, of course, you're bagging all your own groceries. You just put them right back in the cart and move over to a table. And
yeah, they don't bag them. They just put them in the cart.
Got to do it right either way. For quick, McGuire's makes a spray that'll do for a while, but you don't have to mask because they won't stick to anything. Yeah, I mean, if you look at my video, you'll see what I do. And it's just sand it with 3,000, only go lower. Okay, now you're going to really crap. I sand it with 400 and then 600. And then I coat it with a clear coat. And you know what? It comes out. Clear coat will fill a 600 sandpaper. It comes out so good. And it went from me going through winter weathers in Oregon where I couldn't see crap to I could see. And the difference was huge. And I did it on my Ford van out in Arizona in that terrible weather, 120 degrees every day, and it lasted. It was 10 years, and I decided to redo it here because of the. Can you scroll up just slightly? Just like one. Yeah, right there, Danny Boyd. Sand it with 3,000. Only go lower if 3,000. Don't cut it. Then get some good automotive clear coat from a paint supply place. The one I suggest, I always go with brand name, or not always, but usually, is Duplicolor clear coat. But I used a different one in Oregon when I did it there when I did the video, and it worked great. And yeah, I just clear coated them. but I didn't use 3000.
Three thousand isn't gonna, like,
I used
most people don't even bother if if the haze is so gentle that 3,000 will do it. Most people don't, most people wait until it's like light doesn't even come through the
and
headlights.
yeah, it says UV. It's UV light from the sun that makes it turn yellow.
Oh yeah.
When I did it clear coated with the one that lasted 10 years was Duplicolor, just a can of Duplicolor clear, and
Yeah, it'll last good.
my van never turned yellow again, but they started to get just a little bit like not quite as clear. And I did it. She was here when I did it. I sanded them and clear coated them. They turned out really good. But
Be patient with it. It
the
doesn't take that long though.
they originally my van was 4 years old and they were terrible looking factory headlights. And then after I clear coated them, they were 10 years easy. Well, I did it in '08. So you got here when? In 22. So it was 14 years it lasted.
Oh, Junkyard D is here. Welcome to the stream.
Junkyard D, how you doing?
Sorry, we've got a lot of chat and we're like getting behind. I don't know where we are. I think we've skipped a bunch of people. We have to skip. Can't keep up all of this. So I apologize if we missed anybody.
Still, I'll tell you what not to do. Kim watched the video and they said to heat the
Oh, that
headlights
ruined
up.
the headlight.
Yeah, heat the headlights up with a torch.
That ruined it.
And she put that on my Jeep and ruined the headlights.
It looked so good when they were. I'll get you a replacement headlight. I've been messing that Jeep up every time I take that Jeep out.
He destroyed the headlights on my Jeep with a torch.
It's such a nice Jeep. I love it. But I messed up one headlight. It's got a brown spot right in the middle. And then a deer ran into me. That was not my fault.
Don't use a torch on your headlights, no matter what you see on YouTube.
I saw it on a YouTube. I thought it was a TikTok. I thought it was a real thing. I don't know.
So, well, it's kind of funny because they were all cloudy anyway. So, I mean,
well, we could have, yeah, but we could have fixed it if I hadn't burned it.
It's kind of funny, actually.
I'm glad you have a good sense of humor about it because I feel like an idiot.
For Durango. I'll probably order new headlights for the Jeep at some point. Maybe if we ever make any money with YouTube, we can buy a set of headlights for the Jeep.
Oh yeah,
that'll be something, and then we'll make a video on it.
Big money.
We'll do a video on it, so then it'll be tax deductible.
The good thing is it's old enough that we could probably get a replacement headlight pretty cheaply from somebody parting out a vehicle or something like that.
You can't blame the animal. The animal broadsided the Jeep.
It did. It ran into me. I was going and it hit the back of the Jeep as I went by.
That deer made it through 2 lanes going the other way. That was busy, got between the vehicles and broadsided her. I was on the phone with her and I heard it hit.
Scared to living.
And she goes, this is how the conversation, she went like, yeah, something, I just got in an accident, something happened, and then she goes, and there's people in the road. And I'm like, uh-oh, did you hit a person? And she goes, I don't know, I don't think so. Well, what happened was, of course, I didn't know what happened. She was way up a hill, the deer hit her, and then as she came down the hill, there were people in the road like a quarter mile away. And so the people had nothing to do with it. It was a oh, what Jeep is it? It's a 2008
Patriot.
Jeep Patriot, and they're composite headlights. It's the whole shooting match. Real bright white LED ones. Let's see here. I'm missing the stuff because
don't let anybody on YouTube. Barrow's Garage says, back in 1980, one of the kids in a class told another kid in my class they could drill a hole in your moped's cylinder and make it go faster. So he tried it and became like, oh, that's sad. I had a hand polish.
Can you go back up slightly? Yeah, they're right there. The real bright white LED ones. Oh, bright white LEDs are fine as long as they have proper reflectors and proper, so they cut off, But these cheap ones that just splatter light all over, yeah, they're terrible. My former wife bought a car with LED headlights, and that thing has a cutoff that is so good. You can see so well, and it doesn't hit anybody's windshield. It's just, but those are not cheap headlights.
You're right. Sometimes replacements aren't really that terribly expensive. I know my Ram 1500 truck, we just bought new headlights because like the mounts were a little bit busted and they were all fogged, and it was a nice gift. He helped me get them. I appreciated that.
Yeah, I bought her a set of headlights.
Did
But
you get his insurance for? No, he was an uninsured deererist, and I don't have coverage for uninsured
hey,
deer.
it was a hit and run.
It was.
That deer kept going.
I didn't even get his license.
Oh, graduate of YouTube U. Yeah.
The boneyard is all the way down near Nashville. It's like more than an hour drive away, but we
What's
should
this?
go there, but not when it's 100
Uh,
degrees. I
I'm
don't want
gonna
to do
I'm gonna
that.
buy new headlights for
Maybe.
him. I got broadsided by a deer in the late '90s in a Crown Vic. I was going 20 on a gravel road. I had the window down. I just saw horns. Oh man, I got broadsided in my PT Cruiser in the snow, and I was going slow because it was snowing hard and the road's all slippery. I was probably doing about 30, and I saw a deer coming out, and I couldn't do anything fast enough, and it hit the window, and I saw the deer like 2 inches from my face. His face was right there. Whack! And then he ran off, and I stopped, and he ran off. He or she ran off. So it was like, man, I just got broadsided by a deer. But he hit the window. It didn't do any damage, just left a big face print, a face print on the window.
I'd like to interject.
Yeah.
Junkyard D says he is uploading his first of his Stone Soup series and will be listing as a late night premiere tonight.
Okay.
Would one of our moderators throw up a link to Junkyard D's channel? Probably you all already know who he is, but if you don't, check out his channel. And if you've not been following the Stone Soup series, they're building an older Plymouth with a slant six, and in the Stone Soup thing where everybody adds a little bit to it, and it's going to, I think it's the guy who makes those model cars that Uncle Tony has. He makes those really
Oh,
neat, detailed, but I could be wrong.
can,
Functional histories or
can we
something like
scroll
that.
down a little, or we?
I'm sorry. Okay, but anyways, Junkyard D is really cool. I would be interested in being part of that series, but I think we're a little too far south to ever catch it. But I watched you picking it up, so I'm eager. I would want to watch that
Okay.
tonight.
You went like
Junkyard
one
D.
extreme to another, and it's
I'm
scrolling by
sorry,
so fast. I'm
everyone.
sorry, I'm missing everything. But yeah, I do. There was something up here. Tavo said something, and I missed it.
Well, we're
Oh
above
my
it
God.
now.
Well, are we? Scroll.
Yeah,
There it is. I bought new lenses for my van. That's like miles up.
yeah.
I bought new. I'm sorry, people. This is scrolling by so fast. I bought new lenses for my van. Started destroying the plastic housings, trying to separate them. Did Buff's resto.
And he's happy with the results.
Yeah, yeah, they're plastic. I just sanded them with 600. It was a sanding sponge in the, and I felt it. Didn't even say 600. I felt it, and I'd say it was about 600. Just wet sand. You can watch the video.
Okay. I
Okay,
don't
scroll
remember what
down a little bit.
Mexican's talking about. I was a
Uh,
cop in a rural town going to inspect a sewer pond behind the town in the middle of the night, and it was doing something that was already spooky. Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's see. But
Spooky is
yeah, I do have spray on temporary solution that will restore clarity without masking or being hard to remove. When you do the job right, if you consider whatever right is, I like what I do as right, but I know a lot of people would disagree. The wife's Ford Edge has that cut off with the headlights, but our driveway has a bit of a climb. At night, it cut off the top of the drive, so you have to be careful pulling out at night.
Oh, does
Uh,
it duck them down when you're going
I'll
uphill?
put the high beams on. Yeah, her car was a Nissan, and the cutoff was beautiful. But if you put the high beams on, of course, then it's just like floodlights out in front of you. But if you turn the high beams off, it wasn't blinding anybody, and they were bright. But I've been head on to that car and never felt like it was blinding me. You've got a car with those terrible headlights in the yard. Um, the that 4-wheel drive thing you have that you got to put the engine in.
Oh, the Bronco
The
too.
Bronco's got some kind of aftermarket, really terrible,
Yeah, cheap ones.
cheap LED headlights that have no lens. They have
Yeah.
nothing that aims them. They're just blah, you know. Uh,
Tavo had
just
an
their blinding headlights is
early
all they are.
Ford Transit that he was able to fix the headlights. What the heck were they doing at the sewer pond? I don't know, hanging out, probably
So like
smoking
you
pot
have
or
two
something.
major boneyards within 3 miles of me. Yeah, we don't have any. We have one up in the north side of um, Clarksville, but I've never been in there.
No, they closed that. They closed
Did
the pick
they?
apart. Yeah. We have to go all the way down to Nashville now. We don't have
Uh,
a pick apart.
We almost have a junkyard here with all the cars we have.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kim has bought so many junk cars.
The thing of it is for
We
the
got
price
to.
of a good set of tires, I can get a whole car.
I know, but one day the county's going to come by and go clear
They
it
are.
all out
They're gonna
today,
make them take them all away.
and then
It's
we'll have
gonna happen.
nothing.
You're
Then we'll have
right.
nothing.
Well, at least now I got a lot of them running. I'm trying to do that this summer.
Well,
Get them all running or hide them in the tree row.
when they're running, or like my Valiant that's out front, and your Dart, if they say anything, you go. They're licensed and insured.
Well,
They
that's the other thing.
drive.
We might have to just register a bunch of them and get them insured
Yeah. Oh
if
my
they come and
God.
complain, and then we can say, hey, they're just parked here. They're not like
But
abandoned cars.
like that Crossfire you have, that's talk about an eyesore. But
Yeah.
I'm glad we have it.
Well, yeah, but it's hidden behind a tree, so no one would
Yes.
bother with that. But if they came, now they're looking at everything. So nobody
Okay,
call the police on us.
That's I don't
Okay.
know where we're at because we're so.
Once I saw a roadrunner cross in front of me in Vegas, when
I probably hit the coyote. The paint went.
paint went all over my hood,
I'm not
I
sure.
don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a Wile E.
got some
Coyote
typos.
reference. Oh wow!
Yeah, I know. It's scrolled like you know what we're gonna miss some of these.
Mexican Spec, thank you for putting up Junkyard D's link. Bangin' teens do.
We are like a mile behind in the comments. We're just like we're back in last year's comments. Bring back glass halogens. Yeah, I guess. Um, yeah, I have a car with round headlights that are glass seal beams. They're not as good though. I mean, they can't see. They're like going down the road with whale oil lamps. Uh,
Oh, here's one from Miss One Eyed Cat.
put full coverage on my 2005 Ford Freestyle in December. And Don, first day back to work after New Year's Day. Didn't he hit 2 deer on his way to work? He missed the third one. Well, he didn't do so well. He could have like steered into the third
I mean,
one.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Are they in a 66 Chevy 2 4-door? I don't know. Same deal with Transit mix glued together. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they
gotta-
come as a whole body.
you
You,
gotta
don't
re-
take them apart.
You got to replace the whole thing. But
Mike gave us the thinking emoji.
the thinking emoji.
Yeah.
Okay, no hand polish jokes, please. Oh, okay, let's see here. You're like I'm trying to go and you're like stuck. You're stuck.
Keep going.
Kim, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because we got. Oh,
we're
we're
there,
finally
we're there.
there. We're finally there.
He was getting nervous. He's like, we're never
Yeah,
gonna
because
catch
we
up.
scroll like miles and miles and we're not there. It's like okay, I'm zoned right here, but yeah, I'm getting a little close to pushing limits on the number of cars. We're not zoned for it here. The joke fell flat. Kids laugh at that one. Okay, I missed that. Good. Watch out. It gets pretty risque up there. Oh, okay. I laughed. Yeah, we missed whatever all that was. Cars should be equipped with deer-seeking guns. Man, deer. My best luck with deer, if I see them in time, is a horn, because they run from the noise, and the lights really confuse them. But the horn, they run from the noise. And that's been my best defense is noise and the brakes. And don't do anything with the lights. Just and I've only had collisions with deer. Well, the one that broadsided the PT Cruiser, I mean, he just came out. It was narrow dirt road that had snow on it. Came out just, I kind of saw him out of the corner of my eye and just whack into the window. And then I don't know, the one that hit you, the same thing. You got broadsided. The deer came through the other two, whatever it was, eastbound lanes, and you were in the
I've had
westbound.
collisions with 3 deer in 3 different vehicles in my life. It's no fun.
I press the clutch and rev my engine. Maybe. I've twice saved my Jeep from deer strikes. One day I will try to post a few. Saving the last one. Yeah. Look at you, Buff. Having a fancy car with a working horn. Yeah. Every car we have that I have has a horn, doesn't it? The van horn works. The Jeep horn works. my Mazda horn works.
Mr. Fancy Pants McGee over
Does that
here.
does that 72 Valiant? I think we made the horn work on that.
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, because I remember taking it off a couple of times and putting it
Oh,
back on
okay.
because the it was in the way of the overflow for the
You know what?
radiator.
Put that on the list for the Dart. I don't think the
The
horn
Dart, you don't
works.
have
I don't
a
think it
horn in the back.
works. The
Yeah.
horn is there because I remember farting around with it when we were putting the radiator in, but I don't think it works.
You know what I want? Mexican Spec might be able to get this for me because he's into all these older cars. Remember how good the horn sounded like on about a mid 60s Cadillac? A real deep, just two horns that harmonized real well. Man, I want a set of those. I really love those
Wow,
horns.
you used to be able to get all kinds of horns.
Well, they were stock on Cadillacs for good 10, 12 years, and they were sounded so good. Canadian geese do not care. Honk, rev, whatever you try. Man, one time I was on 101 in California at night, cruising along about 70, and some big bird came up on the windshield, and I ducked because I thought it was coming through, and it went over the top of the car, but the wingspan was wider than the car. I don't know what the bird was. He just went whoof over the top of the car. I was like, whoa, that was a close one. But because he had his wings all spread out and the uh, air flowing over the car, it just went over the top of the car. John Wilburn, horn broken, watch for finger. Yeah, them geese are varmints when they come to town, or when town comes to them, more like it. We have over 1 million deer in Wisconsin, they say, so hitting a deer is a major thing. We got deer in the yard. I mean, sometimes I'll hear something outside, and I go outside at night, and a deer run.
I would not want a moose charging my. How much does a moose weigh? I don't think it'd be good to
Hear
encounter a
my name.
moose.
The Cadillac had three horns. Oh, they could have been three horns that harmonized real well, and they were kind of low. This is like 60s stuff, maybe into the 70s, maybe not. Like 63, 4, 5, 6 Cadillacs. They were like real low, harmonizing, good sounding horns. Man, I want a set of those. A lot of people in Jackson Hole kept Brown's Auto Body busy honking at moose. They take it as a challenge and charge you. Really? I remember seeing moose in Alaska when I was there. You don't want to mess with. That's an animal you don't want to mess with. Good way to get shot at nowadays. Well, again, everything causes that these days. What did I miss? Good way to get shot. Oh, what are you looking for? Horns?
Mm-hmm.
You'll never find those. I mean, you'll find all kinds of fancy, stupid horns,
Ah, I
but
can't see anything this
those,
close.
yeah, and the printing on that's like that. Nobody
Ooh.
can read that printing. You need a magnifying glass. Oh, moose are a head taller than a Jeep. Yeah, put horns from a '90s Lincoln on my dent side. You know, the Lincoln may have had a good sounding horn. I don't remember it as well like the Cadillacs did. Letting a crazy person drive away without flipping them off doesn't cause
I gotta go get my reading glasses. This is.
reading glasses. You need like a microscope. Nobody can read that. Why do they print like that? It's like
I used
labels.
to be able to read that.
Labels on some food is like
I used to be able to read that back when I was young and flexible and.
middle finger broken. Watch for barrel.
Oh, this is so much better. You don't even know.
Used to be
Hoosier,
possible to make
headers, Holly.
multi-phone horns just by combining them. Yeah, see now my '64 Ford, I had horns from several different cars, but they didn't harmonize well. I mean, it just sounded like I think I had three of them, and they did not harmonize at all. But man, it was noticeably a warning, like get the hell out of the way, because it was a nasty sounding horn, and it wasn't overly loud. It was just three horns that didn't harmonize well. I have a group of whitetail that come right up on the back porch, especially when apples come in. We have whitetail. That's what we have here, whitetail deer. I see kids putting train horns under lifted trucks, scary loud. The thing about the train horns is, you honk at somebody, they're looking for a train, for a vehicle on the road. You just take a big diameter one and a small one, wire them up, get a cord. Yeah, I don't. And I guess horns have. I remember they had screws on them. You could adjust the tone a little bit. A chain of roadside restaurants. Trial and error may be involved. You know, the other thing, these police sirens have a horn in them that's it's an electronic horn. I suppose you get an old police siren and just wire up just put the horn part of it as a big old speaker and adjust the tone for what you want. I suppose you could do that, but there we are in the electronic world again. Kim's looking up something in tiny, tiny. What are you doing? You got contacts and glasses? What's it take to read? A train will send a moose flying. I had a friend that was a conductor on a train, and they hit a pickup truck on the tracks. It wasn't a pickup; it was like a work truck. It was a pickup that had a work bed on it, had acetylene and oxygen bottle on the back of it. And he says when they hit it, he thought that was going to be a big fire, but those bottles went flying, and none of them came apart. Destroyed the truck, but the acetylene and the oxygen bottle were okay. You're looking at Summit. Okay.
I was looking for horns. They don't list it. It might be in there, but it's not listed.
Yeah, it's just a specific horn I want. That's
I just, who was the catalog? There'd be like 3 pages of horns. There'd be the Ooga horns. There'd be the
we have an Ooga horn
the
in
Dixie horn where there's like 6 different tones of it. Like a General Lee and everything like that. That's not in there. They don't do that no more. But there was an old. What was the old catalog that always had that? I can't think of the name.
Carolina squat trucks.
Aren't those illegal now?
Well, in I guess South Carolina or North Carolina, one place they're not legal, but
Foolish.
the only problem I have with those trucks is they don't adjust the headlights down, and then new LED headlights adjusted improperly, and they just blind the shit out of everybody, and they don't care.
I got a
if they
318.
run the headlights down, it'd be fine. Yeah, I think it looks stupid. But
I got a 318 engine in the bed of my short bed pickup truck, and I had the trailer hooked up with the Z car on it, and it was squatting pretty good, especially when the tire went flat. It looked like it was a Carolina swap. Put some helper springs on that. I don't want it squatting.
What is this? They aren't supposed to harmonize. They're supposed to play the most dissonant interval in music. It's called tritone or augmented fourth or the devil's interval. Huh. Well, I know those old Cadillacs sounded really good, and I like them. And I really like to have a set on something. It'd be nice if you had. The other thing they could do to fix horns is when you push on the horn, just normal sounding horn.
J.C. Whitney, Dr. Gonu. Okay, go back.
Have the horn so the harder you press it, the louder it gets. So when somebody gets annoyed, you go, That's my favorite thing is bum 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 bum. Just a couple of times, and somebody's creeping over in my lane. I'll go bum 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 bum, and they'll move over. But if somebody doesn't respond to that, you push harder and it gets louder. You know how cool that would be? And then when you really push on it, it really gets loud. But they don't make horns like that.
Yeah, having the front end up in front of you would really make it hard to drive.
And that's the problem. They've hit pedestrians. I have the old air siren that was on a 50 Ford Wyoming State cop car. Man, remember those things? I gave the beacon to Irish Outlaw for his ambulance.
That's cool. I like watching Irish Outlaw. He has some pretty cool projects.
Now illegal in Carolina, but we have a few in town. Think about it, Buff. No weight on the wheels that steer. It's hard to see. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a problem with somebody raising up if that's what they want to do. But it gets to the point where it's dangerous. Yeah, no. And the headlights. Man, don't blind me with the headlights. Don't come up behind me with one of those. And I'll be in my van where I'm sitting up really high in the van. The whole inside of the car is lit up. The headlights are wrong. That's me. Most of my braking's supposed to be up front, too. Buff, the lower Cadillacs had 2 horns. Okay. You could order the better horn package with the third right in the middle in the front of the radiator. I remember those sounded so good, and I really never looked to see how it was set up, but they really sounded good. I taught myself to play the guitar and fake it on the drums. Yeah, my grandson's like that. My grandson's just about ready to graduate from the university with a degree in music, but he'll pick up an instrument he's never seen, and in 15 minutes he's playing it. It's like, how do you do that? And he's like, I don't know. He's just one of those guys that the talent. That's where his talent is. Remember the old wolf whistle? Oh yeah, the wolf whistle. Those are pretty silly things. Uh, once I got old junk cars to mess with, my music urge just went away. Plus rock and roll went to shit. Yeah, I guess it. The old rock and roll I like. The stuff when I graduated from high school, which is 1972. That era I didn't like a lot. The early 80s I really liked. I don't know. It's comes and goes, and I don't know. There's no more top 40 radio stations, so I don't know. I don't even know what the good music is anymore.
I don't know what the kids listen to these days.
I know my grandson and my son both. Well, my grandson's really a musician. My son plays drums and a guitar, and they will sit there and play classic rock stuff from the
Yeah, they
late
like classic rock
the
genre.
late the late 60s and early 70s. I go, do you guys like this stuff?
Some stuff from the
And they
90s
go,
and
yeah.
2000s even.
And like when I was that age, I would never listen to music that was my parents' age group. I don't know. They're really into it.
Hmm. Mike, I saw your comment about the dissonant things, and that was interesting. I had never thought of it like that. So thank you for. I'm sorry we didn't read the comment, but it was interesting information. I need to
Yeah,
take a
yes,
break
I
again.
do have near
That big
perfect
bottle of
pitch.
pop got right through me.
Okay, so you're gonna go get rid of the
Yeah, and
you're
these
gonna go
pants are
get rid
kind
of
of
the
tight
drum.
around the middle, and
Okay, okay,
you understand. I won't
yeah,
be.
okay. She's gonna take a break.
Okay.
Um, let's see. It's real music. I fixed up instruments to try to learn to play them. I'm better at fixing than playing them. Yeah, I had a real good friend out in California. In fact, I got to call him. He's good 10 years older than me, and I think he's still going. But he was. I think I've told this story. He was building banjos. He bought a drum lathe, like to turn drums from drum breaks, and he'd take wood and he'd turn a wooden thing, and he was making these banjos, but he'd string them like a guitar, so it sounded like a banjo, but if you could play a guitar, you played it like a guitar, and he called it a hybrid, and he sold those things. He sold a lot of them in Nashville. Stores in Nashville bought them, and I got the last one that he made, and I gave it to my grandson because he's a musician. He likes stuff like that. Yep, the tritone. Those two tones do not want to go together. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm you're getting way out of my area of knowledge. I just knew I liked the sound of those Cadillac horns, but probably never have them because probably somebody restoring a '63 Cadillac wants them. I know somebody has an old '63 Cadillac. Ah, man, I wasn't great on guitar and bass, but I was right where I could have joined a band and really honed my chops. Yeah, missed opportunity. Yeah, my grandson's, yeah, that's what he does. You know, he'll he'll graduate. He'll graduate the mid-year this year. You know what? He's gonna graduate while my son's deployed. Oh well. I'll go to his graduation. I'll be there for him. Uh, let's see what else is going on. Kim leaves, and I'm lost with. Oh, my great grandmother played piano by ear and played for silent movies in the theater. She also played violin that way. Wish I had that musical talent like Mike. My first wife, her grandmother, if any of you remember Lawrence Welk, she played a piano on stage with Lawrence Welk long before there was a TV show, and she retired in 1935, which is a year before Social Security started. So she had no Social Security, so we kind of took care of her. But her mind was gone. She was in her 90s. She didn't know who we were. She knew nothing, but she could sit down in front of that piano and just play. She goes, "Oh, you must be my students." you know, we knew her forever, but she didn't know who we were. You must be my new students. And she'd sit there and play that piano, and but that's what she did her whole life. She really had an ear for it. I keep think that will be a Telecaster and plugging it in, reignite my passions, but I'm cheap. There are some instances in which the tritone works. Uh-oh, what's that? Camille Saint Saens used. I don't know what that is. Tritone. You know, Kim, tell me what this stuff is.
Music stuff.
Music stuff.
I
Yeah, but
read
you're
through it, but
younger than
it's
me.
over my head,
You're young.
guys.
You're younger than me. I thought you'd know what it is. I
My
always like
music.
the looks of old Mopar trumpets that hang under the center of the butterfly hoods. Oh, I remember seeing those. Really? I don't know what they sounded like. I got to get off of here. Got to go order stuff for work, and I'll go watch the video for headlights. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for coming by. We enjoy your visit.
Yeah, have a good night, and yeah, have fun ordering stuff.
Thanks for coming.
Frank Zappa played. Man, Frank Zappa played around a lot with dissonant tones.
Yeah.
Dissonant tones.
I mean, I
that's
don't
cool,
know.
Buff.
Who am I fooling? I don't know nothing about this stuff. You guys are out of our range. We don't know music. I wish we could talk about music with you, but we're like dumb. We can talk about cars.
I don't know what that is.
What's that?
Oh, that's Mrs. One-Eyed Cat.
Yeah.
Moak. I didn't know what that was. I had to think for a minute.
Oh, Nine Moak. I got it.
I get it too now. Yeah, I didn't.
You know, we've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Man. So we're gonna bail on our
We don't have to.
on our
just
friends.
letting you know.
See, some of these big channels get several hundred people in there. They're their viewers. Here, these are our friends because
Yeah, you guys are. It's
because
pretty personal.
we know them all. There's a few people here like Danny Boyd that he and I would walk right by. He might know who I am, but if we walk by each other, I wouldn't know who he is because I don't know. I know what his blue truck looks like. Mexican Spec always shows a green screen, so I know his voice, but I'm sure I'd know him if I saw him. Barrows, I know Barrows because
It's really fun to chat with other creators and
but I know everybody as if they're our friends, and one day we'll meet. One day we'll meet in No Name Nationals or somewhere. We'll have an event.
Oh, I sure hope so.
We should have an event. What kind of event? We'll think about that one.
I mean, this is our event.
Yeah, this is once
a week
event.
We get to have our event. Like we get together, hang out. We're learning how to use the tools in ways that are more fun and good community. Like bringing up your pictures, and we get to know you better, and we get to talk about things that we can do.
I know what you look like, Buff.
Done.
Yeah, a guy with a big, overly gray mustache. Hey, I have hair. My brother, who's a year younger than me,
No.
he has very little hair. I was the lucky one. It's gray, but it's there. And I just got it cut because it got real big and like I started looking like a wolf. So, it grows fast.
You guys have been so encouraging to us. Like the response that we get, so many people chatting with us and joining in every week and stuff like that. Next time, who is going to barbecue? I like ribs. Mexican.
Wait a minute. Yes. Do we have a way to hand ribs to people?
Oh,
we don't.
My friend John sent ribs home with me last week.
John's on here.
They were so good. Thank you so much for sending ribs.
Yeah, is he still here?
I don't know. Earlier. He might have gone. It's pretty late.
Yeah, he sent us nuts. Same guy that sent the nuts, right? Because I don't know.
Yeah,
He's your friend. Yeah, he sent these nuts that were
smoked.
Nuts with spice. Oh man, those were good. We still have some. He sent a lot, and then he sent ribs that were. Those were really good. They take any hot off, and yeah, I'm a bowling ball in a hula skirt. Barrows. I thought you were just a guy with big long hair. Let's see. we were going to to go live on our trip, but it was raining, and
Oh man.
that kind of messes things up, doesn't it? John Wilburn's here, back. He's been here a long time, all along, listening to stuff.
Popping in and out. He's probably busy doing
He
stuff.
sits there and alternate tab in and out of other.
You know what though? He has
stuff.
a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, he has a lot of
He
stuff going
spends
on.
all year working on his event and working with other content creators, and you know.
Hey, I'm gonna make a commitment here.
What's that?
We were gonna do a video last night, and we got tired and didn't do it.
Okay.
But we're gonna make the commitment that John sent us a banner because we made the 30 shorts in 30 days.
Yeah.
And it's up at the shop now, all rolled up, but we're making a panel to put it on, and we're going to mount it, and we were going to video that, like somehow make some kind of video showing us putting it up there. And so here's the commitment. We're going to do it. Don't know exactly when. We'll try to get it done this week. It's because we got a lot of stuff. And we got to get the car ready for No Name Nationals, and we keep saying we're gonna.
Well, we had
we're
to
not
fix the
doing
tractor.
it. The tractor had to go first because even if we don't go to No Name Nationals, the lawn needs to be mowed. So it's done, and we'll put up a video on that. But the Dart goes in next.
And it runs, and I took and I went.
Oh, the Dart runs great, but it needs a little before we drive it.
I got tires on the front, but I went almost all the way down to Dixon and back to get tires put on, and it's a little up front. I need a little work under there. So
this is a good story. It's gonna be a little bit risque.
Are you guys up for another story?
This is a little story. It's a little risque. She went to get tires in the Dart. She goes, "You want to go?" I said, "No. I'm going to stay here with the phone because if you get stuck in the Dart, then I can come get you." She goes, "Okay." So off she goes. She decides to go, instead of up into Clarksville, where there's like 100 tire stores, she goes south out into the country.
Expensive in the city.
So she goes south out into the country. And she goes, she goes, "There's a little tire store down there." I'm thinking, "Oh yeah, I know where that tire store is. I've seen it. We usually just drive by it." So she goes down there, and then she calls me in a while, and she goes, "Okay, I got tires on. I'm coming back up." So I said to her, I said, "Did you go to?" And I named the tire store. And she goes, "No, I went there, and that guy's an asshole." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "That guy's an asshole. He wouldn't even talk to me." So she goes, "I went further south." So she went way far south.
Way down there.
And then she went to another tire store where they were really good, and they helped her mount the tires up, put snap to, got it done, balanced everything, brought the car back up here.
It was a little lawnmower shop that sold and mounted used tires.
It was a little
were
tiny town where it's a shop that does all kinds of work.
What's the name of that town? Do you remember?
It's Charlotte.
Charlotte.
So she went to Charlotte, Tennessee. You can see it on the map.
Fantastic.
Little town. I used to take my son down there, my youngest son, because they have a baseball field down there. They had a lot of little league games down there, so I know the town a little bit. But it's usually.
She asked about a question about the video. Can we interrupt?
Okay, Scott. Okay, Buff, was that a Scott Bright pad? Okay, I looked at the. See, I was in Oregon, in a small town, and I had to find something. I was looking for 600 sandpaper, and I couldn't find any. So I was feeling those pads, and I found a pad in some store there. I don't even know what store it was. Probably a hardware store or something. And I found one that felt about like 600. What I normally do is I get 600 sandpaper, and I put it on a piece of foam or a sponge so it'll kind of contour with the headlights. And I just make sure I flood it with water. And I make sure it's really flooded with water, and I use 600 sandpaper. If they're really bad, go with 400 sandpaper and then 600. So unless you can find one of those pads that's really fine, stay with sandpaper. But you might find one.
You and me getting tires on the car down by the river at the place that puts tires on.
Oh, God.
Okay, sorry.
So she watched my video. That's pretty cool. Thanks for watching the video.
Oh, you never finished the story about the guy who wouldn't put tires on my car and why I said bad things about him? Or you weren't going to tell that part?
Oh, I said he wouldn't talk to you.
It was Friday.
He was just sitting there and he wouldn't
He was
get
sitting
his
in the
office.
back office, and I
He
knew he was
wouldn't
back there because he was talking to somebody
And
else,
he
and then
knew
that guy left.
he knew she was there, and he wouldn't even get
He
off
wouldn't
his
even come
ass.
out because it was Friday. There was 3 other cars in there. There was no other help there. He didn't want to deal with me.
Okay, wait a minute.
I was
Mexican
like,
Spec says buff. You have to buff. You have to buff off the scratches before you clear coat it. Here's what I do. I do it with 600. That's pretty tiny scratches, and I'm flooding it with water, so there's no like grit and stuff there. Wash it off. Make sure it's dry. Wipe it off with a paper towel or something and blow it up. Make sure there's no crud on there. But 600 grit scratches, that clear coat fills that and more. It comes out really good. So no, you don't have to go any more than 600 on it. 600 works. I did a set one time at 400 because I didn't have any 600, and it worked well. But I'd still go to 600 just to make sure. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. I remember them. Okay, thank you. Yeah, have fun. And I think it'll come out real good. As long as you don't go easy with the paint, don't drip it. You drip it, you'll be doing it twice. The way I am handling, way I'm
I
handling
said
that, but
earlier, I actually used to like my local grumpy tire guy. He
oh,
wasn't an asshole, but very grumpy. I don't mind a grumpy man if I get the service. I
she's
don't even
standing
mind
there.
paying if I get
She's
the
the
service. But
only
this guy was just
customer,
ignoring me.
and he won't even get off his butt and
He
go
was
up and
out to
say,
lunch.
"Go, can I help you?" And he's just sitting there and ignoring her.
He was off early on a Friday. I think he was the owner too. His tech must have
So,
left for the day or something.
so she went to a store in Charlotte, and they were great. Can I help you, ma'am? And just went after it and did what she needed and got paid, and she drove home.
I paid them, and I tipped the guy who put the tires on an extra $5 for helping
What
me.
what is this, John Wilburn? You're a mod. Henry, the Jew, sold us tires for years. He was great. When he retired, I went to Quality Tire. Now I shop at Guarantee Mexico Tire. The shops all seem to have interesting characters. Yeah, in town, in Clarksville, there's a lot of small shops, and some of them we've had real good luck with. Some of them are a little expensive. They still get the job done. I don't know.
I just wanted. Sometimes you just have to branch out and see if you find something better somewhere else. I went to this place up in town, and then when I told some friends what I paid at my group, they were like, "You paid what?" And I was like, "Well, there was a lot of guys, and they were real quick, and that was nice. But like, if you're not in so much of a hurry, and I don't know, I don't want to pay $150 to have 4 of my own tires mounted on my own wheels. It was like, oh, that's a lot of money, But like, so I was trying to branch out. It wasn't that I was getting bad service somewhere else. It was just a little more expensive than I wanted to pay. I don't know.
She took her tires, her used tires, so it was just all labels. So they didn't get to labor. They didn't get to sell tires. So, but then the one in Charlotte, they sold you tires, or you took tires.
No, I had those 2 tires. They were
Okay.
on 4-bolt
So
rims, and I needed them on the 5-bolt wheels. For
So
the
it's
dark.
all labor. They're not going to make
All labor.
money on the tires, so they might charge a little more.
Yeah, it was a
That's
mountain
okay.
balance, and the tires were coming off of rims and going on the rims that were on the car. They jacked the car up in the parking lot, took the wheels off, they balanced them, and I'm happy.
When I was on the road a lot, driving all over the place, and put put a lot of miles on my car. I bought my tires at Discount Tire and then I buy the certificates, and then they're 100% guaranteed, and they're all over the place. There's only like 1 or 2 states that don't have Discount Tires, and if I had a problem, I pull in Discount Tire, and it was always no questions asked. I had one that had it come apart, and it had over 40,000 miles on it. It was supposed to be a 45,000 mile tire. No questions asked. They put a new tire. It was better than that. I was going to say they put a new tire on. They lent me a new tire that was a different brand until they ordered the other tire, and then they swapped. So now they've taken a new tire and made it into a used tire that I drove for 3 days, and then they put the new tire on my car. Never, just no questions asked. Put me ahead of the line and took care of it. It's like, okay, when I'm on the road all over the country, that's the service I want. But if I'm gonna be here locally, now I'm gonna go to the small shops and take care of some guy
Mexican
that's
Spec
yeah.
says he checked the date code on the tires that he got and they were only 11 years old. I don't know, is 11 years bad? I think they're supposed to be newer,
I
but
think they're supposed to
the
be
best experience I've had was a shop in how do you pronounce that? Bay
I don't know.
in Mississippi. Go figure.
In
Oh,
Mississippi.
a little place in Mississippi. I would bet they could sell me a set of used tires, mount them up, do a good job of balancing them, and down the road you go. You know, you never know where you're going to find the best, great service. You
There
know,
was a guy in Ohio that I think that's your phone
that's my
ringing.
phone ringing.
There's
I'm
a guy in
sorry, everyone.
Ohio. I turn my phone off when I'm on this.
I don't. How often does my phone ring?
I don't know. Every live we do. Yeah, there's a guy in Ohio I used to go to, the one man shop, and he sold tires and balanced and just did
Kind of like being at work.
man.
Not quite.
Yeah, you're at work.
I'm not at work.
So
This doesn't count as it's a hobby.
yeah, now you get okay. If you're gonna talk, go in another room, please. Kim, you're
Yeah.
disruptive. I can hear all this on here.
Oh, okay. I'm going in.
She's on speakerphone in the middle of the live, talking to some guy. Um, so anyway, he retired. Then it's like retired. That doesn't mean he put tires on. That means he quit working. So then I didn't know who to go to after that because his service was wonderful. But yeah, just small hole in the wall tire shop. Uh, we use Walmart for tires. Okay, same thing. I bet Walmart would do that, but I don't know what they have as far as experienced tire people. But yeah, it probably work. Um, God, my Jeep has two tires on it, and I wanted to buy two more that were the same because they're starting to wear out, and they're Walmart tires. The two good ones are. I may go there and get two more of the Walmart ones. They're all cracked. Time to change them before I drive it to the border. Yeah. Oh, like Biloxi. Biloxi. I've been to Biloxi. Big Air Force base in Biloxi, but I was never stationed there, but I've been there. Uh, Garage, not all Walmarts have tire shop, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kim. That guy was so loud. It was just
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt everyone. Sorry
okay.
about that. I got a phone call
I
late in the
know, but you had
evening.
him like on massive loud speakerphone call.
I didn't think it would be that disruptive. I
It was
apologize.
much louder than you are right now.
Oh, okay.
I have a good experience with Continental tires. I believe that. Although when I look at tires now, like Continental came from somewhere in Europe, but the tires you look at them and they're made all over the world. So they have. I look at some tires are made in Brazil, some in Argentina, some in China, some in the U.S., some in France, and they're all the same brands. It's like it's really unpredictable. Um,
What's the tire manufacturer that's right here?
the one
You already talked about it.
that's Hankook. Hankook is a Korean company. They have two locations where they make tires, one in Korea and one in Clarksville, Tennessee. So that's what I said my next set of tires will be. If I have to buy four tires, I'll buy Hankooks. Support the local people here. Also, I don't know, the kids at NTW were all psyched when I rolled up wanting Dunlops and shopping for American racing Steelies. All had a good time, all car kids. On the second floor, I don't know what that was about. The tires, putting on the trucker 250 US over there and 25.50 here, which is 150 US. So they're that much less there. Wow. Garage. Yes, the wheels on the cars have groove for the escalator. What is this? Oh, huh. I don't know.
Oh. We're talking about tires.
Yeah, oh, you're putting up pictures of tires.
Those are the tires that I got put on the back of The Dart.
Well, I can't see what those are. I mean, are they any good?
Nah, they're more rustier than the.
No, I meant the
The
tires.
tires are good. Yeah, I bought the rims and tires. The wheels are the right
Are
bolt
those, did
pattern.
you put those on already?
No.
Okay, because I saw those wheels laying around here somewhere and I couldn't remember if I
Yeah,
saw them
they're
with
for the back of
tires.
the Dart. They're good tires. They'll be a little bit taller. That'll give us a little better highway RPM.
But boy, oh boy, I wish we would go back to standard tires. Getting tires that are in stock is getting to be a total pain in the ass. Yeah. Um, and I still think in old sizes too, like G78 14s, or, now I got to, it's all metrics. I got to think differently, but I'm kind of used to it. And then people tell tire sizes by inches when they're actually millimeters. So I always got to do this thing in my head, and I'm kind of getting an idea what they are. I'm able to do it a lot quicker now. Those tire prices are installed and balance buff. I will make him align it too. Oh yeah, that's something I want to do is get a set of turn plates for an alignment rack so we can start doing alignments here easily. And they're not that expensive. Dextero from Walmart, made in South Carolina. I have Goodyears on my van, made in Chile. Yeah, that's what I mean. You see stuff made all over the place. Goodyears used to be all U.S., and then now they're in Chile and U.S. and all over. So I don't know. I assume they have their own quality control where they are. And how old are they, Kim? Yeah, how old are those tires?
Um, I don't know, but compared to the tires that were on the car, the tires that were on the car are bad, and they're still good rubber. There's no checks, cracks in them or anything, and they kind of look fresh. But the wheels are rusty, but they'll be fine. But
My,
the tires are good.
my,
I feel good about them.
my buyer said to
Find anything but Firestone
Firestone tires.
tires?
And I'll tell you why. Because in the late 70s and early 80s, Firestone came out with the 500s. And I had a friend that was a Firestone dealer, and he gave up on Firestone because, and what was really bad was he's renting his building from Firestone, and he ended up not carrying Firestone tires because of all the explosions. He says he had to adjust, in other words, replace for free 3 out of 4 tires. And they pulled one way and the other. The belts were in them crooked. They exploded. And they came out with the Firestone 721 to try to, they said this fixes all the problems. And you know what? They were almost as bad. And so that was a long time ago. But there's old people that remember that. And they don't want anything to do with Firestone. My guess is Firestone's come a long ways. Completely different people designing the tires, all this. But Firestone had a good name, then in the 70s, horrible name.
Well, they had some problems
Horrible.
with some SUVs in the 90s,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think,
they
too.
had the Ford Explorers that were exploding tires.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. So Firestone has had some issues over the
Rocky
years.
roads for Firestone.
So they've had some issues over the years, but I don't know.
Pete's Custom Car Shop. You're
Hey,
here late,
Pete, how you
Pete.
doing?
Welcome to the stream.
We are. We
We're
are.
way into the
We're
stream.
4 hours into it, and he shows up. We're about ready to get out of here. I had trouble getting anything sporty and 15-inch during the pandemic.
There was
Tire
a lot of
shortage.
supply chain issues. It
So I
was
have
bad.
Turkish Eagle Sports. You guys streaming late tonight? No, we came on at 7 Central, and it's after 11 Central.
We've been
we're
having a
way
good
into it.
time. There's lots of conversation, so we just keep
I
on
had a
going.
500 tire with half the cords coming through. See, that's the one of like he said, I said about this guy, he'd adjust 3 out of 4. That was the fourth. You got the one good one. And good grief, trying to get lawnmower tires nowadays is next to impossible. Really? I'm going to have to buy some lawnmower tires before next year.
Yeah.
My lawnmowers are held together with
Goo.
green slime. Although they're holding.
Maybe we should just get because they're not coming apart. They're just leaking. Maybe we should get
Retreads.
tubes. No tubes.
Oh, but I mean the treads starting. The front tires, the treads starting to get down there.
Oh,
I don't know. I think I could probably find some.
well,
My
we'll
chest
see in
is
the
hurting
spring.
from sitting here for 4 hours. Yeah, you know what? We're probably going to have to end this pretty soon. This is probably the longest live we've ever done.
Yeah,
But
Pete, I'm
this is
sorry.
fun. This is fun. We've talked about everything there is to talk about, except things we didn't talk about. I got
You know what
discouraged.
though? All the things that we haven't talked about, all the pictures that we haven't looked at, they're all going to be there next time, and that's what we're going to have to do. Because I can't keep them going for too long. I'll wear them out, and I need them to help me fix my car.
I don't mind lives. Lives is the easy to do videos. When
They
I
are.
and the and you
This is
know
easy. This is fun.
the shorts are getting to be easy because I just get my mind where I want it and I can just do it. And I can do it pretty much off the just off the top of my head now and catch the points I want to catch. Fill them with great stuff, foam filler. Oh geez. I never thought of doing that. Now the green slime works quite well. Uh,
For a while, yeah.
I buy a big green slime, and like mower tires, you put a little in there. I've had that big green slime thing for a long time. It's down about this far. I've done mower tires and other little tires and car tires, and you get something that's got a couple of little leaks. It's fine. And if you ever need to get the green slime off the rims afterwards, alcohol takes it off. I know people go, it take forever to get that off. Alcohol.
Barrows says that the monster trucks, he had 60-inch Firestones, and they were a lot heavier than the Goodyears and really hard rubber. Wait, I hated the Firestones. They were lots heavier. Oh, and the rubber was harder.
Yeah,
Okay.
who knows? Yeah.
Barrows, that sounds cool. I'll bet you it's a shit. I'll bet you monster truck videos on YouTube people would really love. And I wasn't it Vice Grip Garage just did some kind. I didn't watch it, but Vice Grip Garage just did something about trying to revive. Was it Vice Grip? Somebody just did. Anyways, it's a shame you don't have the monster trucks anymore. Them big 66 would be fun to look to.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dr. Ghost says, Buff, those shorts are priceless information, so please keep them coming. Kim's videos give me courage to dig in, so please keep rolling. You know, I started doing that. I had to do shorts because John gave us this challenge. So it's like we're up there in the shop, like, what am I going to do? And I just grabbed a tool. I said, I'm going to talk about this tool. And then the next day I did it and then just kept going. So I'm kind of enjoying that. And I like tools. So my whole life working, I bought tools and bought tools. And man, I was just looking at tools last night and I had this plastic thing wrapped up and I opened them up. And it was a set of wrenches I got from eBay that came from some guy had got them from underwater in the Soviet Union, dug them out. He went diving and he was pulling stuff out of some river, and he was selling the stuff on eBay, and it was a set of wrenches, and there's like four wrenches or something, and he dug them out and put them together. I don't think they were really a set. I think it's a set now that I have them together. So I bought them on eBay, and they came from Russia or something. And I should just share that stuff. And then I've got a lot of tools that I bought new, and everything from heat guns to sawzalls to wrenches, everything. And then I talked about Loctite. So
We're gonna keep
I'm
them
enjoying
coming.
it. I'm enjoying it.
We have some stuff set up for next time. Boy, the
What did
Snap-on
we
man really took advantage of you in your day. But we have some stuff set up for
snap
the
on?
next short. We'll be able to keep them rolling.
There's people that are
We appreciate all your feedback on them. It's really, I think it's
there's
helping our.
there's people that are addicted to drugs, and there's people that are addicted to alcohol, and then there's people that are addicted to Snap-on tools. And I had one of those addictions for all the time. I was a professional mechanic. Snap-on truck was
The Snap-on
was
guy's
a
like
real
a
deal.
drug dealer. I got what you need. Check out this new wrench.
Excuse me. Then we did the torque wrench one. Man, did I get a lot of guff about that. I think we might be able to take that thing apart and fix it, but people gave me a bunch of crap that we should
We weren't doing
adjust
right.
it,
Yeah.
and we didn't do it right, and we should adjust it and everything. But when a torque wrench is off, it's set to 30 pounds and it's clicking at 10 pounds.
Something's really wrong.
That's way, way, way
You
off.
know what though?
And I got a drawer full of expensive torque wrenches.
That work, yeah.
Why should we mess with that? And we got work to do, so we're going to set it aside. Now, after No Name Nationals, I don't know. We might have time to tear that torque wrench
You know
down.
what? And I did learn how to do it now. I found a video that shows a tutorial how to take it apart and calibrate it, stuff like that. So maybe I will try. So if I have an open mind when people are making comments, I can learn a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, send pictures. Hey, we can do that before you leave.
Oh,
before we leave, stick
no,
that.
I
Stick
mean,
that back up. Stick the. You got
the what?
the typer here. Put the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the typer here?
A typer. That would be a keyboard. You know, there's keyboard. I always say these English words that are different. We have a keyboard on the wall. It's a
Is
thing.
that the right one? buffdelcampo@gmail.com?
Yeah, you hang keys on the wall. Another keyboard.
Oh, that's another one to put on our
this
list.
thing, a keyboard. And then there's a keyboard like if you play a piano. And there's English words like this, and I get in trouble sometimes because I use a word, and then people get upset because I use the word. It's supposed to be for something else, and I go, well, just in context, it does mean this.
Oh, I'm gonna write that one down because that's a good one.
Keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna leave.
Because I'm gonna say, where do you want me to put these keys?
We're writing.
Put them on a keyboard.
We're writing down all these English words that. Oh, the people in comments are brutal. Yeah, the typer. See, the typer tells what it really is, but it's keyboard. But if I said keyboard on a short, somebody would surely tell me that's not the right word for that.
Content creation ideas are important. You got it. You don't ever want to be
tools truck. There's help, limited help. Hey, you know what? I used to buy stuff from the Mac Tool Man. I bought most of my stuff from Snap-on, but we had Mac tools and Matco tools trucks, and I always bought a couple of things from them because if I needed something that Snap-on didn't have, I was still one of their customers, and they take care of me. So I always bought a few things from them. And I had employees that bought stuff from them. I had one employee, she was a mechanic there. Second radiator shop, she bought a huge Matco toolbox. It was pretty nice toolbox, really nice toolbox. And,
we skipped some comments. Bear Rose said
I'm sorry.
That Vice Grip Garage brought back Black Sheep.
Black Sheep.
I'm curious to see it. It probably is interesting. I'll probably get around to it one late night where I can't sleep. Custom Deluxe 84 says my friend just restored his 40-year-old monster truck, the Buffalo Tremor, toured the TNT circuit in the 80s and 90s. That's amazing. That'll be cool to see.
The clicker. You're right. I've heard that so much. That's a Northeast Ohio thing. Did they call it a clicker in Pennsylvania?
I've heard people. I understand why it used to be a click tone that made it work.
Northeast Ohio, everybody called that thing the clicker. And out west where I came from, it was remote. So yeah, it's the other one about gets me with cars is I always called it a turn signal. And then some people call it a blinker. And then like in Massachusetts, everybody called it directionals. All the same thing. But it's kind of a area thing. Clicker. Is that a TV remote or a mouse? This is a mouse. Well, this thing's huge. This is a rat. And then this thing is a remote for one of these screens here. I don't know which one. We have that one and we have this one. I'm sure Kim knows what all these different remotes are.
Well, this one's a Roku remote.
We got.
Oh no, I've wrecked everything.
We got screens all over the place here.
Yeah.
The typer,
Roku.
clicker. Time for me to hit the hay. Yeah, okay. Time for people to hit the hay, and that would include us. So.
Yeah, we said we were going to go 15 minutes ago.
It's been 4 hours and 18 minutes. Got to get off here. So.
You guys have been great.
Thank you,
everyone, for your comments. I apologize if we missed anything. We'll send us photographs and we'll post them up next time.
Oh, yeah. What have I got? Maybe I got some. Hang on. I got to find I want to do this before we leave.
Did he send?
Okay. There's no new emails here. So you send me emails with pictures. We'll get them next.
Yeah, we'll get them lined up and so we can talk about them next time. We'd love to do that. That's fun.
And if they're cars, trucks, tools, airplanes. Yeah. Shops.
Just nothing indecent.
Inside of your shop.
Nothing indecent.
Make sure you have clothes on.
Yeah. All right, everybody.
Take care. Good night.
Oh,
Adios.
thanks to our mods. Thank you, Mexican Spec. Thank you, Ari, who I think Ari's already gone. And Pete, we hope we can pop in earlier next time. And thanks everybody for a great evening.